Italian community. Aiello believed the job belonged to him. When it went instead to Capone's pal Tony Lombardo, Aiello fumed. Lombardo was 34 years old, square-jawed, thick-chested, and tight-lipped, with a magnificent head of brown hair that he combed straight back. He was described by one newspaper as a merchant, a commission man, a dealer in sugar, which was not so subtle code for a bootlegger, a shotgun man, and a gangster. Still, Lombardo was one of the friendliest bootleggers around, level-headed and perpetually calm. Aiello, a former ally but now a rival for power, was one of the only men in town who hated him enough to want him dead. Aiello sensed the time had come to make his push. His plan was an ambitious one, to kill Capone and Lombardo and to knock the Jennas out of business. To strengthen his position, he forged an alliance with the North Side gang formerly run by Dino Banyan and then by Jaime Weiss and then by schemer Drucci and at present by Bugs Moran. If it worked, Aiello would be the most powerful underworld figure in Chicago. For starters, Aiello put out word that he would pay $50,000 to any man who killed Capone. 4 executioners came in from out of town, each intending to do the job on his own. But Capone's top hitman, McGurn, learned of the plots and killed the would-be assassins before they could get close to Capone. Another story has it that Aiello offered a chef at the Bella Napoli Cafe $35,000 to put drops of prussic acid in the food served to Lombardo and Capone. The chef, after agreeing to do the job, lost his nerve and ratted to Capone. That was enough to make Capone forget about cooperation. 3 days after his shopping spree, Capone gave the order to kill Aiello. But when the cops heard about it, they reacted with a force that must have shocked Capone, because in all his years in Chicago, nothing like it had happened before. William O'Connor, the new chief of detectives, ordered every one of the department's 105 squad cars on the street to look for known gangsters. He told his men to bring the thugs into the police station regardless of whether they had broken the law. Beat them if they complain, he said, and shoot them if they resist. "It has come to pass, men," he told his officers in exhorting them to action, "when we've got to show that society and the police department are running this town and not a bunch of dirty rats. Anyone killing a notorious gang feudist," he said, "will be in line for a reward or promotion." O'Connor asked for officers with experience firing machine guns. "Honest-to-God men who will be loyal to the police department and the public in this matter." If his machine gunners were to encounter a gang, he said, "I hope to arrive on the scene with the top of their cars shot off and the hoodlums all dead. We're not going to stand for any gang war in Chicago." The weather was unusually warm, but a big chill was forecast in time for Thanksgiving. The cops, working on a tip, raided a flat at 4441 West Washington Boulevard, opposite Tony Lombardo's home, where they found 2 shotguns and ammunition. From there, they hustled to the Rex Hotel, where they arrested a man from Milwaukee who had allegedly been hired to assassinate Capone and Lombardo. After taking the man to jail, they motored to the Atlantic Hotel, where in room 302 they found still more rifles and more ammunition. The room's window overlooked a Clark Street saloon owned by former Alderman Michael Hinky-Dink Kenna, and where Capone and Lombardo were said to be regular customers. Later, when the killer from Milwaukee confessed that it was Aiello who had hired him, the police grabbed Aiello and took him to the Detective Bureau. Yet, despite aggressive law enforcement activity, Capone was not cowering. If anything, he may have been grateful to the cops for taking so many of his would-be assassins off the street. Still, he wanted Aiello dead. To see if he could make it happen, he sent some of his men downtown to the police station to see if they could get to Aiello there. Given the liberties the cops had extended him over the years, Capone might have been justified in thinking he could get away with ordering a hit at the detectives' headquarters. But the police were operating under new orders, and they came from a surprising place, the office of the mayor, Big Bill Thompson. Thompson had been having a good year. He had won favorable headlines by pushing schools and libraries to purge themselves of history books containing anti-American propaganda. New bridges and roads had opened all across Chicago, always with parades. Work had started to straighten the southern branch of the Chicago River. Plans had been launched for a lakefront airport, with the mayor saying he hoped to see the city make its fortune by winning the business of the skies. The Dempsey-Tunney fight had drawn about 125,000 fans to Soldier Field, the largest crowd in the history of boxing, and Thompson had been congratulated for bringing it off smoothly. Responding to the devastating flooding along the Mississippi earlier that year, he had called for a comprehensive federal flood control plan and traveled the nation promoting the idea, to glowing reviews. Thompson's press clippings were so good, in fact, that he was being mentioned as a possible candidate for president. Herbert Hoover, the Secretary of Commerce, was considered the Republican Party favorite, but he faced powerful pockets of opposition, especially from leaders of big business and opponents of the dry laws who didn't care for Hoover's rigid approach to prohibition and strict moral codes. Thompson's larger-than-life personality and strong campaign skills might be enough to help him defeat Hoover, his backers theorized, but only if he could first show the nation that he was not in bed with Chicago's criminal element. In particular, he would have to make an example of Capone. 30 minutes after Aiello reached the police station, 3 of Capone's bodyguards were arrested for loitering in front of a courthouse a few doors away on South Clark Street. Some of the newspapers described it as a routine arrest. Others made it out to be high drama, suggesting that dozens of Capone's men had surrounded the police station, intent on murdering Aiello even as he remained in custody. But whether there were dozens of armed thugs or a mere 3, all the papers agreed on what happened next. Inside the station, one of Capone's bodyguards, Samuel Marcus, managed to conceal an extra pistol in the waistband of his pants. While under interrogation, Marcus leaped to his feet, pulled the weapon, and aimed it at O'Connor, the chief of detectives. Jumping from his chair, O'Connor ran toward the gunman and grabbed his arm. A scrum followed, with cop after cop piling on until the gun was wrested away, and Capone's men were tossed in a cell that was conveniently located next to that of Aiello. There, Aiello pleaded in Italian with Capone's men, according to a police officer who overheard the men. "Can't we settle this?" Aiello asked. "Give me just 15 days, and I will sell my stores and house and leave everything in your hands. Think of my wife and baby and let me go." The men laughed. Control of the Unione was vital to Capone's business. Anyone who challenged Capone's clout with the Unione had to go. "You dirty rat," one of the Capone men said. "You're as good as dead." While all this was taking place, Capone was down the block in a courtroom facing a charge of vagrancy. When the judge asked what evidence they had to support the charge, the prosecutors admitted they had none. Capone was released. Presumably, he made his way home without the service of his 3 bodyguards. Later that night, Aiello posted bond, and he too was released. But he was not sure he wanted to go free. With his wife and 8-year-old son at the station, he begged Chief O'Connor to provide them with a police escort. "We haven't enough policemen to protect honest citizens," O'Connor told him, "and we certainly aren't going to assign any to protect hoodlums. However, I'll send a squad with you to New York if you'll agree to board a boat and go back to where you came from." Aiello refused. An officer was assigned to escort the criminal and his family home. On his way out, Aiello looked over his shoulder at the Capone men still in their cell and spat on the ground. When he got home, he packed his things and fled the city. The next day, a bomb destroyed an Aiello brothel on West Adams Street. The day after that, dynamite ripped apart a gambling den on South Halsted. It wasn't clear if the dynamite attack was aimed at Aiello, but the newspapers treated it as if it was part of the same ongoing war. The public became so frightened that an Evanston woman called the police at one point to say someone had fired a shot, possibly from a machine gun, into her home, when in fact the only explosion had been the popping of a cork on a fermented jug of cider. As police continued to round up gangsters, one officer was shot and killed by one of his own men during a Washington Boulevard car chase. It was a messy way to fight crime, but Mike Hughes, the chief of police, said his men were beginning to gain control of the city. "We have this gang situation in hand now, and the first move toward further violence is going to be regretted by somebody," he announced. As part of his plan, the chief said he had identified 5 key gang leaders: Capone, Moran, Barney Birchie, Bill Skidmore, and Jack Zuta, and had told his officers to arrest the men any chance they got. If the charges proved too weak and the men were released, he wanted them arrested again immediately. At least 11 bombs exploded that week, most of them doing nothing more than property damage. But a couple of gangsters died, and the police paid frequent visits to the Metropole Hotel, where they pinched anyone who even looked like he might be associated with Capone. When Capone was asked to identify some of the men corralled by the cops, he refused. That led the officers to charge Capone with disorderly conduct. But when the court clerk called his name, Capone wasn't there. "Mr. Capone was here and looked over the docket and did not see his name," explained his lawyer, Tyrell Richardson. "So he left." "Well, here it is," said the clerk, pointing to the docket, which read, "Scarface Brown," Al Brown and Scarface Brown being among Capone's aliases. "Mr. Capone did not recognize that appellation," the lawyer said. The next day, the docket corrected, Capone, surrounded by 7 bodyguards, returned to face the same charge. His right hand stayed in his pocket, and his left tugged on a cigarette as he walked into the courtroom. A crowd of 200 Chicagoans gathered on the sidewalk to get a look at him. He covered his face with his hat when photographers tried to take his picture, but he did stop briefly to make small talk with reporters. "Have all your friends been denatured?" a reporter asked, referring to Capone's bodyguards. "I denatured them before we came," he answered with a grin. "There's not a rod in the crowd." Only after Capone's grand arrival did prosecutors tell the court that they had decided not to bring charges, whereupon Capone walked out as serenely as he had walked in. Clearly, the cops' strategy was to harass him. Police pressure was costing the gang leaders $300,000 a day by one estimate, as dance halls and gambling shops all over the city temporarily shut their doors and turned out their lights. There also were reports that the Aiello gang might have picked up the support of some New York City gangsters, including Capone's old friend Frankie Yale, who wanted to see Lombardo forced out as the leader of the Unione Siciliana. On the night of November 28th, a Monday, when the cops went to the Metropole to see what Capone and his men were up to, they found that Capone's place there had been evacuated. Capone and his men had left town, heading to Wisconsin for some duck hunting. They returned to Chicago after a few days, but when they discovered that the pressure from the police had not slackened, Capone decided once more to disappear. "I'm leaving for St. Petersburg, Florida, tomorrow," he told reporters at the Metropole, where he sat in one of his newly purchased easy chairs, still dressed in his hunting clothes, his fleshy face carrying 6 days of dark beard. He said he owned property in St. Pete and wanted to check it out. Capone didn't play the stock market, which was going like gangbusters at the time. It was one of the few gambles he didn't like. But he was doing nicely with his real estate investment in Florida, and he was thinking that it might be time to sell. Let the worthy citizens of Chicago get their liquor the best way they can. I'm sick of the job. It's a thankless one and full of grief. I don't know when I'll get back, if ever, but it won't be until after the holidays anyway. Clearly, the mayor's new approach to government was irritating Capone. I've been spending the best years of my life as a public benefactor. I've given people the light pleasures, shown them a good time, and all I get is abuse, the existence of a hunted man. I'm called a killer. Well, tell the folks I'm going away now. I guess murder will stop. There won't be any more booze. You won't be able to find a crap game even, let alone a roulette wheel or a faro game. Public service is my motto. 99% of the people in Chicago drink and gamble. I've tried to serve them decent liquor and square games, but I'm not appreciated. It's no use. Say, the coppers won't have to lay all the gang murders on me now. Maybe they'll find a new hero for the headlines. It would be a shame, wouldn't it, if while I was away they would forget about me and find a new gangland chief? I wish all friends and enemies a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. That's all they'll get from me this year. I hope I don't spoil anybody's Christmas by not sticking around. By that, he referred to his habit of making lavish Christmas gifts to the politicians, police, and precinct workers who had served him well throughout the year. One paper said he usually dished out $100,000 a year in bonuses. My wife and my mother hear so much about what a terrible criminal I am. It's getting too much for them, and I'm just sick of it all myself. The other day, a man came in here and said that he had to have $3,000. If I'd give it to him, he said, he would make me beneficiary in a $15,000 insurance policy he'd take out and then kill himself. I had to have him pushed out. Today, I got a letter from a woman in England. Even over there, I'm known as a gorilla. She offered to pay my passage to London if I'd kill some neighbors she'd been having a quarrel with. The papers have made me out to be a millionaire, and hardly an hour goes by that somebody doesn't want me to invest in some scheme or stake somebody in business. That's what I've got to put up with just because I give the public what the public wants. I never had to send out high-pressure salesmen. Why, I could never meet the demand. He claimed that he had no criminal record, that he had never stuck up a man in my life, and that none of his men robbed or burglarized while working for the outfit, as far as he knew. For Capone, it was an astonishing monologue. Whether he intended it as a valedictory or merely a cry for understanding, it revealed with no uncertainty a shift in dynamic. Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown, wrote Shakespeare in Henry IV, Part 2. Capone was king of Chicago's underworld, which meant there were any number of smaller criminals who might gain from his demise. At the same time, his cozy relations with the Chicago press corps had made him an international celebrity and a leading symbol of lawlessness, which meant that ambitious cops and politicians had incentives to take him down. The month of November had delivered warm temperatures, but a massive cold front was sweeping down across Canada to the Great Lakes. Coal trucks rolled slowly through the city's neighborhoods as families loaded up. Light snow fell, and the mercury nosedived toward zero. Once the cold hit town, everyone knew it would hang on with a vengeance until the whole of Chicago started to feel bleak, gray, and lifeless. With that in mind, on the morning of December 8th, Capone, his wife, and 2 of his men boarded a train. But it was several days before the newsman realized he'd gone not to St. Petersburg, as he had promised, but to Los Angeles. He set up shop at the Biltmore and kept quiet. He visited a movie studio. He took a tour of the stars' homes and concluded that Mary Pickford's old digs were nicer than her new ones. He took May to Tijuana to see the horse races. The Los Angeles Evening Herald caught up with Capone and found him an extremely healthy-looking young man. He told the reporter, "I am just a peaceful tourist, and I want to take a rest and look over this country which I have heard so much about. I had no reason for leaving Chicago other than I wanted to get away for a rest." But after a couple of days, the newspapers started paying Capone more attention than he preferred, and on December 13th, the manager of the Biltmore politely asked him to leave. "They're picking on me," he complained at the train station as he boarded the Super Chief to head back to Chicago. "I wanted to stay here a while and rest, but I didn't get a break. I don't want to get into any arguments, here or any place else, so I'll do my resting in Chicago." A columnist for the Los Angeles Times expressed sympathy, saying that if officials couldn't bring charges against Capone, they ought to leave him alone. Now, really, the USA ought to have some system of taking care of its men like Capone. It isn't fair to let them amass $2 million and then harry them from pillar to post and deny them the rewards of their sparkling diligence. Here he is at once a free citizen and not a free citizen. Meanwhile, the police in Chicago were saying Capone would not be allowed to return home, that he'd be locked up if they spotted him. In Chillicothe, Illinois, just north of Peoria, a reporter from Chicago intercepted Capone's train and managed to get an interview. "I am too mad to talk about it," Capone said, reflecting on his experience in California. "They asked me to leave. I had paid my bills and acted like a gentleman. They told me it was a tourist town. I am a tourist, but they chased me out." By then, everyone on board knew the infamous gangster was traveling in their midst. He could no longer leave his quarters. Capone said that he knew Chicago police would be laying for him at the train station, so he decided to get off in Joliet, 50 miles outside of town, spend the night there, and drive home the next morning. But the plan was ruined by his brother Ralph, who arrived in Joliet with some of his buddies to meet the train. When a Joliet cop spotted Ralph and his boys, the men tried to toss their guns in a trash can. Too late. The weapons were taken away and the men were arrested. When the train puffed to a stop in Joliet's Union Station at 9:45 a.m. on December 16th, and Capone stepped off, he was greeted not by his brother, but by a Joliet police captain. "You're Al Capone," he said. "Pleased to meet you," said Capone. Asked to turn over any weapons in his possession, Capone gave up a pistol and 2 magazines of cartridges. He spent the next 8 hours at the Joliet jail, charged with possession of a concealed weapon. When his cellmate started to get on his nerves, Capone asked his jailer if he could pay the stranger's $22 fine from the $2,945 Capone had in his pocket when he arrived. The request was granted, and Capone had a private cell for the rest of the afternoon. He posted bond shortly before 6 p.m., and left Joliet for Chicago. That night, police surrounded his house on South Prairie Avenue, threatening to arrest him again if he emerged. But neighbors told reporters that Capone had already come and gone. Later, he was spotted downtown, walking into the Weinstein jewelry shop on State Street, where he purchased 30 diamond-studded belt buckles at $275 apiece and 20 beaded purses at $22.50 each. Capone was still angry at the way he'd been treated, and in all likelihood not everyone would be getting a gift that year, but he wasn't going to be a complete Scrooge. Chapter 17. Deepest in Dirt. Though its economy was roaring, its arts scene thriving, and its skyscrapers scraping more loftily than New York's, the Windy City was known primarily for one thing: crime. Chicago had developed a bad reputation. On January 18th, 1928, a Wednesday night, more than 250 of the city's leading citizens met at the Hotel La Salle in the heart of the business district to chew over the problem. After a mild afternoon, the temperatures were falling fast, nasty winds were blowing from the west, and the water along the shore of Lake Michigan was starting to freeze. Stepping into the walnut-paneled lobby of the La Salle, the men could feel the blood returning to their cheeks. The air inside smelled reassuringly of cigar smoke. Judges, business executives, and merchants shook hands and exchanged greetings. They talked about the headlines in that afternoon's papers. 3 more bootleggers in Chicago Heights had been taken for a ride, all dead. Capone's involvement was suspected, but unproved. In the 1920s, as today, people clamored for news, especially news of crime. They bought at least 2 newspapers a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. If an unusually big story broke, the papers would print special editions, and young hawkers would canvass the city streets screaming headlines. Even personal news traveled pretty quickly. A man could hand a note to the head waiter at his favorite restaurant or the clerk at his club and know it would be sent by courier across town immediately. Often, he would have his reply before he finished his meal or his massage. Big crowds used to turn out to hear dynamic speakers, such as the larger-than-life attorney Clarence Darrow expounding on themes such as civil liberties, religion, and free thought. On this evening, they came to hear State's Attorney Robert Crow and Chief of Police Mike Hughes, as well as some of the city's top businessmen, discussing a very specific issue: crime in Chicago. Hughes opened the meeting by boasting that crime was down 41% through the first 90 days of Mayor Thompson's late term. Not everyone was buying it. Silas H. Strawn, one of the city's most respected lawyers and president of the American Bar Association, summed up the issue. "All over the world," he said, "we hear about the crime situation in Chicago. I do not believe crime is greater in Chicago than in any other large city of its size. The trouble is, people don't seem to take into consideration many vital elements: the growth in population and wealth. Then there is the improved methods of transportation, which enables the up-to-date criminal to escape, and the improved method of distributing crime news all over. I've lived here 36 years and never been held up, robbed, molested, nor racketeered, and I think the same can be said for most of you gentlemen." Strawn's remarks rang true. The city's rapid expansion, it grew tenfold from 1870 to 1930, had indeed made it difficult to govern. Many gangsters were, in fact, better equipped for their jobs than the cops who chased them, and most Chicagoans really did go about their day-to-day lives without fear of being victimized. But Strawn was wrong about one thing. Violent crime in Chicago really was worse than in most other large cities. In fact, the city's murder rate was roughly double that of New York's. Not all of the violence involved gangs. Much of it occurred in the city's African-American neighborhoods, where poverty ran high and police presence low. But statistics showed that Chicago had more than its share of bootleg-related murders. Killing had simply become a routine part of the beer business. Why were Chicago bootleggers more apt to kill than Cincinnati bootleggers or Milwaukee bootleggers? The answer was simple. They were more likely to get away with it. In Chicago, an astonishing 48% of all felony charges were dropped during preliminary hearings, according to a 1926 survey. In Milwaukee, during the same period, only 17% of all cases were so quickly dismissed. In Chicago, only 15% of all felony cases ended with executed sentences, compared to 36% in Milwaukee. Murderers were brought to justice in Chicago during the 1920s, but not many. During Crow's first 2 terms in office, the number of murders in Cook County nearly doubled. There were 349 murder victims, 215 of them gangsters, yet Crow's office won only 128 convictions for murder, none involving gangsters. The problem was chronic. Chicago's police department still didn't have enough officers on the street, and it was especially lacking in qualified detectives. Plenty of beat cops were promoted to detective, but most of them remained beat cops at heart, with little of the knowledge or training required to conduct complex criminal investigations. Many of them took routine payoffs from gangs, and if the cops were corrupt, the courts were more so. Judges were elected to office, and to get elected, they needed to stay on good terms with ward bosses and precinct captains, many of whom ran their offices from the back rooms of saloons. Getting elected also took money, and gangsters were always willing to make donations to judges who might one day return the favor. Once in office, the judges found their dockets hopelessly crowded. They had no choice but to dismiss or delay massive numbers of cases. So if a judge just happened to dismiss a case involving a criminal who had contributed to his campaign fund, the judge could justify it in his own mind as a case that probably would have been dropped anyway. Judges were never required to explain how they decided which cases to assign for trial and which to dismiss. That helped explain why poor African-American criminals were more likely to be tried and convicted. They lacked the clout to make the charges disappear. It also helps explain why a man such as Capone could operate so freely for so long. The booming economy should have lowered Chicago's crime rate. Jobs were abundant, investments flowering, wallets fat. Crime rates tended to fall during good times. But this time, it didn't happen. Chicago was too corrupt, and the backlash against prohibition was too strong. By 1928, the 18th Amendment remained overwhelmingly unpopular, and most Chicagoans had learned to tolerate a certain level of crime as long as they got their beer. It was the above-average citizens, the Straughns and the Julius Rosenwalds, who had the most reason to complain about the bootlegging business and its effect on the city's reputation. They could tolerate drinking. They could tolerate murder. But losing money was another matter, and the city's reputation was getting to be bad for business. Chicago had always been known as a gritty city of slaughterhouses and switching yards. First in violence, deepest in dirt, wrote the journalist Lincoln Steffens in 1904. It was dirty and tough and crooked, and much of it stank. But a man still could make an honest living and even get rich if he worked hard. That was the image the titans of industry wanted to perpetuate. Lately, though, the world seemed to be increasingly under the impression that gangsters ran the town, and that machine gun shootouts on Michigan Avenue were routine occurrences. It didn't help that the newspapers loved gangsters. They loved the language of bootlegging. Tommy guns, pineapple bombs, death cars. They loved the nicknames, and they especially loved the ever-accessible, charismatic Capone. A few speakers at the meeting tweaked the press for wrecking Chicago's image and damaging tourism and business. Thomas E. Donnelly, the president of the R.R. Donnelly Printing Company, however, stood that night to say that the men gathered before him were wasting their time if all they wanted to do was blame the newspapers, the police, and the courts. He suggested that the city's legitimate businesses fight the illegitimate ones at their own game. "We will not get far with the courts as they are organized," he said. "We can ask the judges to do something about continuances and to use ordinary common sense in administering law and not to look for sophistries and technicalities to let criminals off. Crime is much complicated with politics. We find men with political pull going to the front for criminals. The only way out is to get some politics on the other side. This meeting should be the beginning of a movement to get behind officials. Show that we have more pull than the criminals. Let them know that decent Chicago is going to organize to the task. and take 10 years if necessary, putting pressure on officials so that crime will be punished speedily and justly. Donnelly and the others didn't know much about fighting crime, but they did know about power. Soon after the meeting, the city's business leaders began lobbying Charles G. Dawes, who may have been the most powerful Chicagoan of them all, to come to their aid. Dawes was Vice President of the United States, serving under Coolidge at the time. 3 years earlier, in 1925, he had won the Nobel Prize for his work in stabilizing Germany's post-war economy. Under President McKinley, he had served as budget director and comptroller of the currency. If Chicago's justice system couldn't stop the city's crime problem, perhaps the federal government might help. "The public is at last aroused," Dawes wrote in his journal in 1928. He told his friends in Chicago that he would see what he could do. Chapter 18. Pineapples and Coconuts. After experiencing a rude reception in Los Angeles and a ruder reception upon returning to Illinois, with one police harassment after another, Capone decided to try another city, Miami. He arrived in January 1928, settling into a furnished bungalow on the beach at 3605 Indian Creek Drive. He paid for 6 months of rent up front, pulling C-notes from a wad of cash and handing them to the real estate agent until they added up to $2,500. Of course, it was never enough to have one home. If his wife and son were to stay at the bungalow on the beach, Capone would need another place to do business. For that, he chose the Ponce de Leon Hotel, one of the grandest establishments in all of Florida, where he registered under the name Albert Costa. Days were spent playing tennis and golf. Nights were devoted to prize fights, dog races, and horse races. He stayed in touch with his associates in Chicago, but he made no attempt to build and seemingly had no interest in building a Southern satellite operation. He was simply looking to relax. He gave no indication of how long he planned to stay. Miami's elite reacted to Capone as if an alligator had crawled into one of their backyard parties. They screamed, backed away, and tried not to do anything that would anger the beast. But the city's rank and file didn't seem to mind him much. Capone was hardly the biggest problem facing most of the locals that winter. Between 1920 and 1925, the city's population had shot up from 30,000 to 75,000, and it had seemed at times as if 1 in every 2 of those residents had been peddling real estate. Homes had been selling and reselling, prices rocketing ever higher. A salesman making $4,000 a year and renting a modest apartment was suddenly confident, thanks to easily available mortgages, that he could afford a home with an ocean view. And if that same salesman happened to earn $6,000 a year, he may have been persuaded to invest in a real estate development that everyone said would turn to gold a few years down the line. Everywhere, new hotels, new housing complexes, even whole new cities were rising from the swampy soil. Miami Beach itself was less than a decade old. It was the new gold rush, and promoters said it would never end. The economy surged relentlessly in wave after glorious wave, carrying with it not just the hopes and dreams of Floridians, but also of dreamers everywhere. The Miami Herald sold so many ads one day in the summer of 1925 that it needed 504 pages to print them all, setting a record at the time for American newspapers. But by 1926, it became clear that many of the men and women gobbling up land and investing in developments had overextended themselves. Some had been duped by con artists into buying worthless and even non-existent parcels. Real estate values multiplied and multiplied again, but when prices showed the first sign of weakness, many buyers pulled out and projects went into default. Life savings were lost. Then came a couple of vicious hurricanes to remind everyone that life in South Florida was not without risk. That's when the money started flowing in reverse. Out of the town. Housing prices tumbled, families lost homes, and the region slumped into an economic depression. By the time Capone arrived in 1928, most of the city's real estate offices had closed. Half-built subdivisions lined the coast. Suddenly, Miami had trouble collecting enough taxes to meet its expenses. Capone might not have been the sort of citizen the city fathers had hoped to attract, but at least he had money to spend. The Miami Daily News, in reporting Capone's arrival, mentioned that he and 8 friends had visited a nightclub and left their waiter a $20 tip. The paper also said the Chicago mob boss was interested in opening his own nightclub or gambling hall in Miami. To assure his new neighbors that he intended to be a law-abiding citizen, he requested a meeting with Miami's police chief, Leslie Quigg. A press conference followed. "Miami's climate is more healthful than Chicago's, and warmer than California. That's why I'm here," said Capone to the press, shoving both hands deep into the pockets of crisply pressed blue serge trousers and smiling for all he was worth. "Yes, I like Miami so well that I'm going to vacation here all winter. In fact, I expect my wife, mother, and child in on the train this afternoon, and we plan to buy a home either in Coral Gables or Miami Beach." He noted that he might purchase additional real estate now that there were bargains to be had for the patient investor. He said he expected the market to turn around in about 5 years. "Let's lay the cards on the table," Capone said straightforwardly to the police chief. "You know who I am and where I come from. I just want to ask a question. Do I stay, or must I get out?" "You can stay as long as you behave yourself," Quigg said. "I'll stay as long as I'm treated like a human being," answered Capone. Then he turned to the gathering of reporters. "Gentlemen," he said, "I am at your service. I've been hounded and pushed around for days. It began when somebody heard I was in town. All I have to say is that I'm orderly." He praised Miami as the Garden of America, the sunny Italy of a new world, where life is good and abundant, where happiness is to be had even by the poorest. He vowed to join the local Rotary Club if they would have him. But when newspapermen took a negative view of Capone's adoption of a new hometown, some members of the city council complained that the gangster should be driven out. Capone continued his public relations campaign, this time meeting with the mayor of Miami Beach, Newton Lummis, Jr. Afterward, Lummis, perhaps persuaded, perhaps bought off, told the press, "Mr. Capone was one of the fairest men I have ever been in conference with. He was not ordered to leave Miami Beach, but after our conference yesterday, he decided it would be to the best interests of all concerned if he left. It was a mutual agreement." Capone didn't leave, though. In fact, he decided to put down roots, and Mayor Lummis helped him. Capone developed a friendship with Parker A. Henderson, Jr., who ran the Hotel Ponce de Leon. Henderson was the son of a former mayor of Miami, which meant he had useful connections. More importantly, he liked doing favors for Capone. 3 or 4 times a week, Capone would give Henderson a batch of Western Union money orders with Albert Capone or Albert Costa listed as the payee. Capone would endorse the money orders in Henderson's presence. Then Henderson, accompanied by a Capone bodyguard, would take them to the Miami Beach Bank and Trust Company, where he would exchange them for cash. He delivered more than $30,000 over the course of that first winter in Miami. When Capone told Henderson that he was interested in buying a house in the area, Henderson told Mayor Lummis, and Lummis, a real estate developer like almost everyone else, offered to broker the deal, in exchange for a commission, of course. With Lummis's help, Capone picked out a house on Palm Island. a cigar-shaped sliver of land that sat roughly halfway between the mainland and Miami Beach in Biscayne Bay. It was a two-story, neo-Spanish-style house built of white stucco and surrounded by a dozen tall palm trees with coconuts growing beneath their branches. The beer magnate from St. Louis, Clarence Bush, had built the place in 1922. It contained 14 rooms. The master bedroom was at the rear of the second floor, overlooking the water. The property was 300 feet long and 100 feet wide, with a small guest house over the garage. At $40,000, the price was steep enough that Capone chose to arrange an installment plan. He agreed to pay in 4 annual installments at 8% interest. But the transaction was not quite straightforward. Capone had been careful throughout his career not to leave a paper trail. Since the purchase of his family home on South Prairie Avenue, he had put almost nothing in his own name. No bank accounts, no business licenses, no real estate. His discretion had proved a vital part of his success. Now he had Henderson front the deal, paying a $2,000 binder and an additional $8,000 on his first annual payment, both in cash. After the purchase, on April 2nd, 1928, Henderson deeded the property to May Capone. Quickly, Al and May started making improvements to the place. They built a small water lily pond with an arched bridge across it, a la Monet. They added a dock on the bay. They installed one of the biggest private swimming pools anyone had seen, 60 feet long and 30 feet wide, built of concrete, with green tiles around the edge. At the north end of the pool, Capone built a 2-story cabana so that guests could change their clothes without dripping water through the house. The cabana also served to keep boaters on Biscayne Bay from peering too easily into the estate. To further ensure his privacy, he had 8-foot-high concrete walls built around the property's perimeter, tall enough to protect against drive-by shootings and thick enough to stop a tank, and an iron gate erected across the driveway to keep out oglers, enemies, and the press. May decorated the interior, installing new curtains, drapes, and brass lighting fixtures. The first-floor bathroom, the one used most frequently by guests, was done all in black and gold tile, Art Deco style, with a black porcelain toilet and brass sconces on the wall. Sometimes Henderson would write checks from his own account to cover the Capone's purchases and home improvements. Sometimes Jack Guzik would sign the checks. Otherwise, everything was handled with cash. Revenue agents estimated that the improvements cost $50,000 to $75,000, although the Miami Herald put the number at only $20,000. At one point, Capone entertained the notion of joining the American Legion post in Coral Gables. Club officials contacted police in Chicago to see if the applicant had ever been convicted of a crime, and were told that he had not, despite numerous arrests. Still, he and May did not try to become part of the city's upper crust. When they invited guests, they tended to invite the same types of mugs who had come to Sunday night dinners at Capone's place on South Prairie Avenue in Chicago. In fact, many of the invitees were precisely the same mugs, having been imported from Chicago for the Capone family's amusement. When Capone bought his first boat, he didn't go for a yacht, he went for a speedboat, and he didn't christen it with a hoity-toity name. He named it the Sonny and Ralphie, after his son and his nephew. It was a sign of Capone's humble roots that he enjoyed his wealth and fame, but still didn't imagine that he belonged, suddenly, in high society. In the 1920s, anybody could get rich, anybody could get famous, and anybody could refashion his image. A man could change a lot about himself, but he didn't forget where he came from. Capone seemed pleased with all that his wealth had brought him. He had delivered his family a long way from the slums of Brooklyn, but he no doubt would have been more pleased had he been left alone to enjoy his new lifestyle. Once he had craved celebrity as much as he craved power. He was finally learning that notoriety and fame were different. "If I were guilty of all the newspapers accuse me of," he told one reporter in Miami, "I would be afraid of myself." While Capone was remodeling and decorating and trying to be polite in Miami, an election was underway in Chicago, and this one was explosive, literally. The first bomb rocked the home of Charles Fitzmaurice, a former newspaper editor, former chief of police, and now the city comptroller under Big Bill Thompson. The next blast shattered the windows at the home of Dr. William H. Reed, the Commissioner of Public Service. After that came another explosive attack on the funeral home operated by John Sabarbaro, a former prosecutor. Yet another bomb tore through the apartment building of Lawrence Cuneo, who was the brother-in-law and secretary to State's Attorney Robert Crowe. Thompson and his men were stunned. Homemade bombs, known as pineapples, a slang term for hand grenades, had been exploding at a rate of about a dozen a month in Chicago during the past year, but usually they were directed at ordinary citizens who had angered bootleggers, racketeers, or neighbors. If you were a cash register repairman who declined to join a local association of repairmen, for example, or if you refused to place an order for beer with a bootlegger who had come to expect your loyalty, or if you complained to police about the foul odors coming from a neighbor's still, you knew there was a chance someone might throw a homemade bomb through your window. It was the price of independence and free speech. But it was unusual for political figures to come under attack, and it was especially unusual that the attackers would target the powerful regime of Big Bill Thompson. Big Bill had given up on the idea of running for president, but he continued traveling the nation and making speeches. He enjoyed the attention, and he thought having a high national profile would help him and his candidates win re-election back in Chicago. Usually, Thompson could count on his fellow Republicans to put up little or no opposition in the primaries. But this year, reformers from his own party were coming after him, led by U.S. Senator Charles Deneen, the same man who had elevated the unheard-of George E. Q. Johnson to the position of U.S. Attorney. For years, Deneen had been hoping to take apart Thompson's machine. Now he saw an opportunity. He was especially eager to replace State's Attorney Crowe with his own man, a circuit court judge named John Swanson. Deneen, Johnson, and Swanson were all Swedes, all moderates, all impassioned reformers. They were all neighbors in the city's South Shore section, too. Was it possible that these good government men had finally decided to fight dirty? The man who held the answer was anything but a goo-goo. His name was Diamond Joe Esposito, and he was a powerful man. Diamond Joe was the most important figure in the city's 19th Ward, also known as the Bloody 19th, in the city's Italian ghetto. Once, the terrible Jennas ruled the 19th, but now that gang wars had eliminated several of them and weakened the rest, Esposito was the man with the most clout. He ruled from his restaurant, the Bella Napoli, where heaping plates of spaghetti and hot bread were served while underworld deals of every sort were made. Esposito's was the place to which gangsters retreated after an emotional funeral to inhale the heady aromas of garlic, marinara, and cigars, and to toast their fallen compadres with brimming glasses of Chianti. Politicians mingled with constituents, judges mixed with lawyers. Capone was a regular. Esposito, or Dimey, as friends called him, got along with everyone, hoodlums and politicians alike, and he made non-celebrities at his restaurant feel just as important as the big shots. He sent gifts when babies were born. He arranged jobs for men who lost theirs. He paid people's doctor bills and rent. At Christmas, he distributed baskets of food and toys and handed out dimes to neighborhood tots. And if you crossed him in any serious way, you were likely to be found floating face down in a canal. If Dimey wants it, went the expression in the 19th, it can be done. Esposito was a big, round man, 55 years old, with wavy hair the color of a brand-new nickel. The papers had a habit of quoting him in heavy Italian accent. "Well, I no have a college education," recorded the Trib in 1926. "I've been a poor man all my life. I can read and write a little bit, but nobody can say Joe ever do anybody a bad turn. My friends are the biggest and highest men in the city of Chicago, and I got more friends in my ward than any man in Illinois." While he appeared to avoid any direct involvement in bootlegging, he almost certainly supplied political protection to some of the city's top gangsters, and probably sold sugar to many of Little Italy's alky cookers, too. Esposito married a woman 24 years his junior, and in 1926 they named their youngest child Charles, in honor of Esposito's good friend, Senator Charles Deneen. They were an odd couple, Esposito and Deneen, but somehow they worked together well. So well that Esposito could not refuse when Deneen asked him to run against one of Thompson's men for ward committeeman. This put Diamond Joe in a dicey spot. He was thoroughly enmeshed in the criminal culture and yet running for office, ostensibly on the reform ticket. Soon after getting in the race, Esposito received a visit from one of Thompson's heavies. Some have suggested that the messenger was really one of Capone's men working at the behest of the mayor. "Get out of the ward," the visitor said. "It'll be healthier for you." "I can't cross 'em," Esposito said, according to a newspaper account of the conversation related some weeks later. "The senator's my friend." A few days later, Esposito received a phone call, this time with a more stern suggestion. "Get out of town or get killed," said the voice on the line. On the night of March 21st, 1928, Esposito, campaign still going, met with his precinct captains. On his walk home from his office, accompanied by 2 unarmed bodyguards, he stopped to chat with one of his neighbors, Rose Segal, who was an election clerk. He told her he didn't think he had much chance of winning the election. All of Thompson's candidates were running strongly. Chicago yet again appeared unready for reform. "It won't make much of a difference," Esposito told his neighbor. "If I lose, I'll move out of the ward. Then I'll be missed." He walked on, paused to talk to another neighbor, then turned toward home. But before he could get there, a blue Dodge tore around the corner. The first shotgun blast knocked Esposito to the ground. "Oh, my God!" he yelled, knees buckling and hands clutching his chest, which was suddenly emblazoned with a soaking stain of his own blood. The next blast was fired at such close range that powder burns charred Esposito's suit. His bodyguards, however, were unhurt. In fact, their clothes were not even dirty or torn, which later raised suspicion among police that they might have been in on the hit. Esposito's wife ran from her home to her husband's side in time to see him die. Police found on his body a $5,000 diamond ring, a diamond belt buckle with the initials J.E. glittering on its front, and about $700 in cash. 2 days later, one of the witnesses to the shooting, John Infantino, a 30-year-old alky cooker and cousin of Samutz Amatuna, former Unione president, who was gunned down 3 years prior in a barber's chair, was shot 3 times in the back of his head, execution style, while kneeling beside his bed, perhaps in prayer. Police didn't know why Esposito had been killed, and they still couldn't figure out why Thompson's men had had their houses bombed. But there seemed little doubt that these incidents were politically motivated, and probably connected to Capone's mob. The reformers wanted badly to strip Thompson of his power. Though they didn't have the stomach to toss bombs of their own, they were nonetheless willing to employ characters such as Esposito, who played dirty. And if Esposito employed a few pineapple tossers of his own, well, at least the reformers could kid themselves that their hands were clean. In this wildest of political seasons, the lines between the parties, between the good guys and the bad guys, had been hopelessly tangled. Politics in Chicago was always a mess. Now it had become pure chaos, a knot of corruption so thick the strands were impossible to follow, much less untie, and the whole nation took notice. A couple of days after Esposito's murder, the Tribune ran a front-page report on how outsiders had come to view recent events in Chicago. The headline read, "Chicago, World of Terror All Over World. Evil fame blazoned far and near." The story's author, a former drama critic and war correspondent named James O'Donnell Bennett, filed his report from Washington, D.C., writing that his hometown had developed a reputation as the city of crime. He quoted from a story in the Washington Post that said, "The ill fame of Chicago is spreading through the world and bringing shame to Americans who wish they could be proud of that city." He quoted a London Evening News story with the headline, "Bomb a Day Keeps Chicago Gay," and he cited the Arkansas Gazette, which wrote, "Chicago today is America's worst advertisement. The whole country is humiliated by the spectacle of America's second city, overrun by hordes of dirty rats that could be driven out within 24 hours by honest and courageous officers." The out-of-town journalists put in perspective what many in Chicago failed to see, that the bootleggers and politicians were one and the same. If bootleggers needed the support of politicians, and if politicians needed the support of bootleggers, it was no great surprise that violence would become part of the election process. In fact, it was inevitable. A few days later, Bennett reported on another wave of unfavorable press clippings. The Baltimore Sun said Chicago had fallen victim to terrorism that startles the country. The Washington Star ran an editorial under the headline, "Terrorism and Politics," that described the city as the scene of lawlessness that has no parallel in the world's history. And the outcry was about to grow louder. The violence had just begun. 4,000 people attended the high requiem mass for Diamond Joe Esposito, and 4,000 people left the church and stood outside in the sleet, snow, and icy rain to watch pallbearers carry his bronze casket to the hearse. The funeral cortege ran 1.5 miles long, with 3 cars of mourners, 25 cars of flowers, and hundreds of policemen. The plan called for 2 airplanes to fly overhead and scatter rose petals along the procession, but the foul weather grounded them. However, the solemnity of the occasion did not inspire a season of introspection in Chicago, nor did it bring about a lull in the violence. That night, March 26, 1928, 2 more bombs exploded, the first at the home of Senator Deneen, the second at the home of Judge Swanson. The first came at 11:20 p.m. Neighbors said they saw a man in a gray fedora, which was no help at all, since almost every man wore one, jump out of a slow-moving car, bound across the senator's snow-covered lawn to the front porch, then run back to the car, which was still rolling slowly past the senator's house. A black powder bomb exploded moments later, obliterating the front porch, shattering every window in the 12-room house, and knocking both the senator's sister and her maid out of their beds. Senator Deneen was on a train bound for Washington at the time of the blast. A few minutes later, Judge Swanson, just returned from a speaking engagement, steered his car into his driveway. A dark sedan tailed him. It sped quickly, and then someone in the car tossed a bomb in the direction of his house. It exploded in mid-air, knocking out all of the windows and destroying part of the roof. Swanson's wife and 2 grandchildren were in the house, unhurt. Swanson, still in his car, also was unhurt. George Johnson, who lived a few doors away, heard the blast and rushed to Swanson's aid. After a series of death threats, Johnson had recently been assigned a full-time Secret Service agent. His house was the safest on the block, so he took the judge and his family home with him and called the police to arrange for additional protection. "There is no doubt who did this," said Judge Swanson. "It was some of the same crowd who are fighting against my election. It was done by the crooks I want to put out of business. It has come to a pretty pass when a man cannot run for office without endangering the lives of his family." But rather than condemning the violence, Swanson's election opponent, Robert Crow, took offense, as if he were being blamed personally for the bombing. He went so far as to accuse Swanson and Deneen of bombing their own homes to make the Thompson administration look bad. Crow said, "They are resorting to desperate means. After having bombed the homes of friends of mine and made no headway, they are now bombing their own homes in an effort to create the impression that the forces of lawlessness are now running this town." Mayor Big Bill agreed, saying, "I think Bob Crow has the right slant on what's going on. Chicago's fake reformers," he said, "wouldn't fool anyone by traveling in sheep's clothes in the daytime and operating with bombs at night." The campaign of terror continued. Someone phoned Judge Swanson's adult daughter, whose children had been sleeping at the judge's house at the time of the bombing, and made another threat. "You can tell the judge that we will do a better job next time." A Deneen candidate for committeeman received a letter saying, "There is a plot to get one of your babies before the primary." Grace Missionary Church in Elmwood Park, where Swanson was scheduled to speak, received a bomb threat and asked the judge to guarantee reimbursement for any damages that might occur. Swanson agreed to the terms, and no bombing occurred. Mayor Thompson once more blamed Deneen and his men for bringing on the trouble by forging alliances with gangsters, which would have struck some as funny, coming from Thompson, if the city's nerves hadn't been so thoroughly jangled by that time. 12 days before the primary election, a commodities trader discovered a massive bomb, 16 sticks of dynamite wrapped in black tape, sitting in front of a market on South Water Street. It was a big enough explosive to take out everyone and everything within half a block. The fuse on the bomb had already been lit, but falling snow had snuffed it. A federal marshal asked the U.S. Attorney General for troops to guard Chicago's ballot boxes on April 10th. The Attorney General, not inclined to set a precedent or make a move that might tilt a local election, rejected the request. Killing gangsters and restaurateurs was one thing, but tossing bombs at the homes of a judge and a U.S. senator and trying to blow up half of a city block was quite another. No one knew exactly what had motivated the bombings. Some said they were connected back to the murder of Diamond Joe Esposito, to intimidate the men who were promising to investigate the attack and to put the city's gangsters behind bars, while others believed they were meant to influence the outcome of the election. Either way, as Chicago hung on until Election Day and hunkered through the last weeks of winter, the murmur of national disapproval over conditions in the second city grew to a thundering roar. President Coolidge discussed the bombings at a cabinet meeting, and Senator George Norris of Nebraska urged the president to pull U.S. troops from Nicaragua and reassign them to Chicago. The Cleveland Plain Dealer wrote that Chicago had become a slave to crime. Nowhere else in America has the inevitable relationship between fetid politics and lawlessness been better illustrated in recent months. A community willing to endure the kind of administration that rules over Chicago must expect, whether willing or not, to endure the kind of underworld domination that finds logical expression in the bombing of a senator's home. The Indianapolis News pronounced, "It stands to reason that the gangs that are operating so notoriously in Chicago could not continue unless they were supported in high places." And the Boston Globe wrote, "Gang rule is supreme. It is only a question of which gang. When the decent citizens of Chicago are really aroused, they will take control. Until then, Chicago will remain a joke on all America, on democracy itself." The terror campaign and the public response stung Thompson. Business leaders who had supported him throughout the campaign began switching sides. A coalition of religious leaders endorsed the Deneen slate of candidates, as did the Chicago Bar Association. Thompson, furious, threatened to resign if his candidates were defeated in the primary. "I ate regular before I became mayor," he said, meaning that he had no trouble making money, "and I will eat regular after I'm mayor." Election Day, April 9th, 1928, came with the usual assortment of allegations: ballot stuffing, intimidation of voters, beatings, and so on. When it was over, Thompson's men were routed. The mayor sat slumped in a chair, clenching a cigar in his teeth, his shirt sleeves rolled high enough to reveal elbow-length underwear. "Smile?" he asked, when a photographer asked him to put on a happy face. "You'll have to tell me a funny story." In the months and years ahead, he drank heavily, gabbled hysterically, and spoke irrationally, as one biography put it, and stared through rheumy eyes at men he had known for years. He appeared to be collapsing like a weather-beaten old house, and taking the city with him. Throughout most of the Pineapple Primary, as it came to be known, Capone remained in Miami, although some accounts suggested that he returned on Election Day to help get out the vote for Thompson. Remarkably, he was never directly blamed for the season's violence. When the local elections were over and the race for president heated up, pitting the Republican Herbert Hoover against the Democrat Al Smith, a supporter of prohibition against one of the law's most vocal opponents, Chicago emerged as an important issue in the campaign, with Capone the leading symbol of the problem. Chicago was held hostage by gangsters. The bombs and accompanying headlines had turned the nation's second-largest city into an international embarrassment, and pressure was growing on the federal government to do something about it. Chapter 19. The Graduation of Frankie Yale. Capone commuted between Miami and Chicago throughout the spring and early summer of 1928. At times, playing the benevolent boss, he would bring men from Chicago down south to discuss business and to treat them to a bit of sunshine and fishing. His former mentor, Johnny Torrio, made weekly visits to the Capone estate. Capone threw big dinner parties at his house on the bay, with 15 or 20 guests invited at a time, the food prepared by one of the former chefs from Colosimo's restaurant in Chicago. There were cocktail parties, too, with 50 or 60 guests traipsing about the house, sweeping drinks off silver trays, plucking hors d'oeuvres from gleaming dishes, and admiring the wealth of their host. Most of the guests were Chicago gangsters, including Charlie and Rocco Fischetti, Rocco DeGrazia, and Frankie Rio. Capone treated them all well. One day he might pack salami sandwiches and take them fishing. The next, he might organize an outing to a swank nightclub, where he would foot the whole bill. By necessity, he relied on his associates in Chicago to manage more of the business back home. The cops in Chicago still hadn't made any serious attempt to convict him of a crime, but they'd made up their minds to harass him, if nothing else. He had been operating in the spotlight for 2 years, ever since the McSwiggan murder, and trying to convince newspaper men that he was only somewhat criminal. But fame took its toll. His movements were watched constantly. Each time he attended a horse race or a prize fight, he knew there was a chance someone would snap his picture. Each time he traveled from Miami to Chicago, or Chicago to Miami, headlines accompanied him. Newspapers coast to coast were beginning to treat him like a celebrity, so that it didn't matter, really, whether he did anything to warrant attention. There were certain names, such as Lindbergh, Ruth, and Chaplin, that the public hungered for, and once Capone's name was added to the list, newspaper editors did all they could to satisfy that hunger. It wasn't just the newspapers taking an interest in Capone. On March 24th, Lelia Russell, an assistant U.S. attorney in Miami, sent a letter to Mabel Walker Willebrandt, an assistant attorney general of the United States. Willebrandt was one of the most powerful women ever to serve in federal government, and, having been in charge of prohibition enforcement for the entire decade, one of the most frustrated. Russell reported that Capone and about 30 of his gangsters were becoming established in Miami to conduct a liquor business on a large scale. Russell was tall, blonde, and slender, and wore her hair in a fashionable bob. She had started her career as a school teacher, had gone on to become a secretary in a law office, and then earned a law degree and had gone to work for the government. Very quickly she had earned a reputation for toughness. In the Capone case, she probably got her information from federal agents or from Miami cops she chatted with at the courthouse. The first part of Capone's plan, she told Willebrandt, was to supply the Shrine and Elks conventions, which will meet in May and July, respectively. Willebrandt assigned a special agent from the Treasury Department to investigate Capone. The feds would dog him for the rest of his life. Capone was beginning to realize the mistake he had made when he had decided to conduct his business openly, to establish a public identity as an overlord of the underworld. Lucky Luciano controlled New York as thoroughly and as profitably as Capone controlled Chicago, but Luciano didn't talk about it, and his name seldom appeared in the papers during the 1920s. The same went for Capone's former boss from Brooklyn, Frankie Yale, who ran a big bootlegging mob, but rarely called any attention to himself or his operation. Trying to charm the newspapermen had gotten Capone nowhere. Now the reporters expected him to be accessible, if not accountable. Perhaps Capone should have recognized that it would be difficult to run a criminal enterprise while being held accountable to the press. But it was too late. As a result, he found himself relying more heavily on men such as Guzik, Nitti, and Louis Little New York Campagna, a talented gunman often assigned to handle the mob's biggest hits, who was back on the street after doing time for bank robbery. The men were his frequent guests in Miami, and they stayed in touch by telephone when they were in Chicago. Late in June, Capone was expecting a visit from several of his men. A few days prior to the meeting, he had asked his friend Parker A. Henderson, Jr., to get him weapons. Henderson went to a nearby pawn shop and purchased at least half a dozen guns. Capone told him to bring them to a certain room at the Ponce de Leon. Henderson, finding the room empty, left the weapons on the bed. When he went back later to check, the guns were gone. Henderson assumed that Capone had taken possession and distributed them. By the summer of 1928, bootlegging was a sophisticated operation, international in scope and requiring considerable planning and coordination. In America, farmers, brewers, distillers, truckers, sailors, money launderers, and gunmen all were players in the game. But a big bootlegger such as Capone also would need to do business with legitimate merchants, including bankers and brokers, in countries outside the United States, where the production of alcoholic beverages continued without interruption. Much of the booze in the United States during Prohibition flowed in from Europe, Africa, Canada, and Latin America, with stops along the way in Mexico, the Caribbean, or the French islands of Saint-Pierre and Miquelon, off the coast of Canada. Al Capone remains a hero in Saint-Pierre and Miquelon even today, for bringing a sudden fortune to a small group of islands that had previously depended heavily on fishing. On Saint-Pierre, one house built entirely of Cutty Sark whiskey crates still stands, a tribute to the age of Prohibition, and it is not unusual for builders doing demolition and repair work there today to come across walls constructed largely of champagne and whiskey crates. Booze peddlers conducted their traffic in much the same way drug peddlers do today, with falsely labeled cargo, shipments addressed to fictitious destinations, and ships flown under false flags. Then, as now, American investors bankrolled many of the deals. And then, as now, the job fell to immigrant workers on American shores to unload and distribute the illegal goods. Capone was hardly the only big operator. Bill McCoy was a rum runner who operated a sloop named the Arethusa, making runs between the Bahamas and Martha's Vineyard, carrying some of the highest quality liquor on the market, which became known as the Real McCoy. A reporter who accompanied him on one excursion said McCoy spent $100,000 on each trip, $40,000 for whiskey and $60,000 for his crew, and hauled in a $300,000 profit. Avoiding pirates and prohibition agents, he thrived for a few years until the U.S. Coast Guard finally caught up with him in 1924. Then there was Roy Olmsted, a lieutenant on the Seattle police force who moonlighted as a bootlegger, using his police credentials to cross into Canada to buy supplies. Fired from the police department in 1920, he used his connections in law enforcement to become one of the most efficient and canny bootleggers in the country, with net profits estimated at $200,000 a month. He kept going until 1926, when he was finally convicted and sentenced to 4 years in jail for conspiracy to possess, transport, and import intoxicating liquor. But the richest and smartest of them all was probably George Remus, who worked as a criminal lawyer in Chicago at the start of Prohibition, but soon after moved to Cincinnati. Remus was to bootlegging what Rockefeller was to oil, wrote the St. Louis Post-Dispatch in 1926. After selling his law practice, Remus used his cash to purchase at a discount some of the shuttered distilleries and government-bonded warehouses where millions of gallons of alcohol were stored. He soon became the largest owner of distilleries in the country. Next, he petitioned the government for permission to sell his alcohol to drug companies that were licensed to market medicinal whiskey. Then, in perhaps his most inspired moment, he set up his own drug companies so he could sell the booze to himself. As he moved the alcohol from one place to another in a series of complex and highly fictitious transactions, the government lost track of where it was all going. Of course, only a small amount of the alcohol wound up serving medicinal purposes. Most of it was siphoned off to bootleggers at sensational prices. Within a few months of Prohibition, Remus was ridiculously rich, with an array of bank accounts in his own name and under aliases. He purchased a farmhouse in Westwood, a suburb of Cincinnati, and made it the hub of his operation, with a fleet of trucks running in and out, and with Cincinnati police providing protection for a price. Some say that Remus, who once gave away 50 new Pontiacs to the women attending one of his lavish parties, inspired F. Scott Fitzgerald's J. Gatsby. But the feds got to him relatively quickly, raiding his operation and finding all the evidence they needed to make a case. Remus was tried and convicted in 1922, and after exhausting his appeals, he was jailed in 1924. Society viewed these big-time bootleggers as both ambitious and morally corrupt. In that sense, they were archetypes of the 1920s. McCoy, Remus, Capone, and countless others were at war with the rules of American society, even as they worked to put together the wealth, power, and status that loosely defined the American dream. America had always had a certain fond admiration for its criminals, but the feeling grew stronger in the 1920s, when moral values were especially low and frustration with the law especially high. Bootleggers were not Robin Hoods. They were not taking from the rich and giving to the poor, but they were defying the government and delivering beer to the masses, and that was good enough to put many Americans squarely on their side. I couldn't look upon the gangs of the Prohibition period as criminals, said one unnamed sociologist who mixed with the Capone crowd. The people of Chicago wanted booze, gambling, and women, and the Capone organization was a public utility, supplying the customers with what they wanted. It couldn't have operated 1 hour without the public's consent. The big civil leaders and industrial moguls would get up at a meeting and denounce corruption and then go straight to a cocktail party or back to the office to argue with their bootleggers about the quality of the last delivery of liquor. An unnamed lawyer at the time said much the same. Capone was relatively innocent compared with some of the men who dominated business and public life then, and I'm thinking particularly of Samuel Insull, the utility and railroad magnate, who conducted his financial operations like a ruthless brigand. It was the general abandonment of honesty and integrity in public life brought about by Insull that had, as a byproduct, the moral climate in which Capone ascended. The Chicago writer Nelson Algren, who grew up on the South Side and filled his stories with street characters, put it more succinctly. Corruption begins at the top. I have known a lot of racket people and people who have done time. Morally, they are sounder than the good people who run Chicago by complicity. Morally sound or not, most of the high-profile bootleggers were tightrope walkers. They performed exhilarating feats, but not for long. Capone carried on longer than most because he kept his operation so loosely organized and because he left little evidence of his involvement in the business. Everyone knew what he was doing. He admitted it and even bragged about it. But his booze came from innumerable sources, and, unlike Remus, he never attempted to corner the market or control his supply lines. Of course, there were challenges associated with Capone's approach, too. He could count on fairly steady income from his gambling and brothel operations, where supply and demand were virtually infinite, but not in the booze business. From one week to the next, Capone never could be certain where he was going to get his alcohol, how much he was going to pay for it, or how much he would be able to get. Breweries were raided and shut down all the time. Shipments were intercepted. Allies were bumped off or jailed. The true nature of his art was improvisation. Day by day, week by week, for almost 2 years he kept the thing going, like a long, loud Louis Armstrong trumpet solo, never sure where or exactly how it would end. Remus was ravenous, insatiable, and egotistical to the extreme. Capone had the same tendencies, and others that were perhaps even less attractive, but at his core he was a businessman. For years, much of Capone's supply came through Detroit, courtesy of an organization of Jewish hoodlums founded by Sammy Purple Cohen. The Purple Gang, as it was known, grew out of Detroit's East Side when a coterie of teenagers shrewdly decided to give up shoplifting and extorting in favor of selling their own alcohol. The Purple Gang supplied Capone with Canadian Club whiskey, changing the labels on the bottles to read Old Log Cabin, which became one of the most popular and reliably high-quality drinks on the Chicago market. Even before Prohibition, much of America's alcohol had come from Canada, and in particular from the border cities of Windsor, Walkerville, and Sandwich. But once the American producers shut down, the Canadian liquor industry grew fantastically. The Detroit River, which separates the United States and Canada, is only a mile wide, with several islands in its middle that provided convenient docking for smugglers. Hundreds of private homes and boat docks, many of them hidden behind fences, lined the American side of the river, which made for secure landing points. When Prohibition took effect, Canadian customs officials noted a huge increase in demand for motorboat licenses, and at one point the New York Times estimated that a fleet of 30 to 50 mosquito boats delivered more than 50,000 pint bottles of beer a day to Detroit. Bigger loads arrived by train, thanks to railroad workers who were bribed by bootleggers to put false labels on carloads of beer. Of course, It was no secret that much of Capone's whiskey was coming from Canada through Detroit and across Michigan, which assured there would be frequent attempts at hijacking and at least occasional arrests by prohibition agents. But such were the costs of doing business. Capone lost a few men and lost a few cases of whiskey, but in the long run lost very little money. Capone's booze also came cross-country from New York with the assistance of Frankie Yale, among others. Yale was 35, a ripe old age for a man in his line of work, and fat. He had his hand in some legitimate businesses, including a funeral parlor and a cigar company that printed his picture on every box of cigars. But primarily, he was still a goon. His bootlegging business was not all that different from the ice racket he built as a young man, in that both depended on violence, threatened and actual. For a price, Yale would ensure the safe transport of booze, and Capone happily paid. But beginning sometime in 1928, the quality of Yale's service deteriorated. Given that there had been friction between the men in recent months, Capone grew suspicious. It's not clear why Capone and Yale were bumping heads. Details are sketchy. Some accounts suggest that Yale was angry at Capone for installing Tony Lombardo at the helm of the Unione Siciliana in Chicago. Yale, who ran the Brooklyn chapter of the organization, had preferred Joe Aiello for the job. With Lombardo in charge, according to some versions of the story, the Chicago chapter failed to contribute dues to the New York office at the same generous level to which Yale had become accustomed. Was Yale dipping into Capone's booze supply to make up the difference? Was he hoarding money in an attempt to finance a campaign to oust Lombardo? Or was he merely being greedy, assuming that Capone was too preoccupied in Miami to keep track of every bottle and buck? Whatever his intentions, Yale's actions were perilous, as a man of his experience should have known. On the Sunday afternoon of July 1st, 1928, the sun was shining and a cool north wind was blowing over Brooklyn. Frankie Yale was cruising along 44th Street in his new Lincoln. He was moving slowly through a busy residential neighborhood when a big black Nash with Illinois plates pulled up behind, trailing by about 150 feet. As the Nash drew closer, shots rang out, shattering the rear window of Yale's car and scattering pedestrians. Yale stepped hard on the accelerator, but he could not outrun the black sedan. The Nash pulled alongside Yale's Lincoln, and more bullets flew. Yale lost control and crashed through a cluster of hedges. His vehicle came to rest on the stone stairs leading to a ground-level apartment on 44th Street. By the time the police arrived, he was already dead. Later, a few blocks away, the cops found the Nash, which contained a Thompson machine gun, a shotgun, and a revolver. Some accounts suggested that Yale was the victim of New York City's first machine gun attack. Police traced the serial numbers on the guns and learned that at least one of them had been purchased by Parker Henderson, Jr. of Miami. When contacted by police, Henderson wasted no time proving his extraordinary serviceability. He told the cops precisely where he had purchased the guns and for whom. It looked like bad news for Capone. He had a long-running association with the victim. He had a motive. He had a connection to at least one of the guns used in the shooting. And police also heard a report that 3 of Capone's top men had left Miami, perhaps headed to New York, shortly before the assassination. Yale received a beautiful send-off, packed up in a silver coffin as part of a $50,000 funeral that drew 10,000 mourners. But as the days and weeks went by, no charges were filed in the case. One day, the New York Times ran 3 stories on the investigation, and yet the newsmen had no idea where Capone could be found. One newspaper declared he was in Cicero, another said Chicago, and yet another said he was fishing in Florida. When police in Miami interviewed him about Yale, Capone listed the names of the men who had left his Palm Island home shortly before the attack and assured the officers that the men went to Chicago, not to New York. While he had their attention, Capone asked the officers if they could do anything about the excessively bright street lamp the city had recently installed near the entrance to his home. In Chicago, it had been relatively easy to explain why Capone so often avoided arrest and conviction. He owned the place. But how to explain his immunity from punishment in Miami and New York? The problem was that criminals had become more sophisticated than the criminal justice system. Laws were administered unevenly with little to no federal intervention. In most cases, anyone with enough money for a bribe or a competent attorney could beat the rap. Corruption ran through police stations and courthouses like veins through marble. Prohibition agents were too few and too weak. The Justice Department's Bureau of Investigation, it was not yet referred to as the FBI, was a strangely inconsequential institution, more like a detective agency than a police force, with no clear mission and no great powers. Its young director, J. Edgar Hoover, was attempting to reform the agency, but he had a long way to go. New York City police might have had enough evidence to charge Capone with conspiracy to murder Yale, but detectives in New York didn't have the knowledge or the resources to run an investigation that would have required them to gather evidence in 3 states. In 1928, fighting crime was a local affair, and if a criminal escaped the scene of his transgression, it was a pretty safe bet he would never be caught. George Johnson summed up the state of affairs in a speech to a group of businessmen at the Hotel LaSalle. As usual for the U.S. Attorney, it was a less than rousing oration, but it nonetheless encapsulated precisely the problem with American law enforcement. "The year 1928 is a political year," Johnson began. "The minds of many statesmen and politicians are engrossed in the question, what is the paramount issue? Tax reduction, national defense, flood control are each discussed with reference to our common welfare, and by different groups each is held to be a paramount issue. In my judgment, the paramount issue today in the United States is enforcement of law." Johnson then appealed to his audience's business instincts. Because of high crime in Chicago, he said, insurance rates were rising for all sorts of businesses. In 1920, for example, he noted, a fur dealer or jeweler paid $10 to insure every $1,000 of merchandise against theft. In 1928, he paid $16.50. In 1920, a drugstore or service station operator paid $20 for every $1,000 of theft insurance. In 1928, he paid $66. And why were criminals in Chicago running amok? Johnson answered the question with more numbers. Police arrested 20,000 people on felony charges in 1926, but only 647 of them were sent to the penitentiary. Of the 2,600 men with major criminal records who were arrested, only 164 or 6% did time behind bars. It didn't have to be so, he insisted. After the war, said Johnson, when robbers started targeting railroad cars carrying mail, the government faced a choice: put armed guards on every mail car or bring down the full force of the law on those mail thieves who had already been apprehended, making examples of them and sending the message to would-be robbers that the government had zero tolerance for such criminal acts. As conviction rates rose, robberies of mail cars all but stopped. Postal inspectors became the most feared law enforcement officers in the nation, which is why the Treasury Department hired so many of them when it came time to toughen up the enforcement arm of the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Prohibition was a failure, Johnson said, but prohibition was not to blame for the lawlessness. Loose morals were. Morality can't be legislated, he said, but it can be taught. He called for a system of education that reinforced moral values, reminding children that gangsters were not heroes, that the bandit king who is paraded in the press and comes before the court is ugly and loathsome, a person not fitted into the scheme of things, not prepared for the problems of life, and therefore a derelict. He called for the removal of crooked politicians who corrupted whatever they touched. The 1920s were an age of privilege, but today that privilege has grown out of hand, he said. So much so that criminals who are challenged by the system of law fight back with a sawed-off shotgun and a bomb, and get away with it. Johnson concluded his speech with solid logic and no great emotional climax, saying, "We may disagree on the wisdom of some law, but we can all agree on this principle, that a horde of undesirables are not to be tolerated in a civilized community." In his newspaper column, the poet and journalist Carl Sandburg praised Johnson for a speech containing more wisdom than sophistry or bunk. And soon Johnson would gain a far more powerful ally who agreed entirely with his theory on fighting crime. Together, they would launch an offensive to take down the nation's most notorious bootlegger. Chapter 20. Hooverization. 1 month after Frankie Yale's assassination, 70,000 people filled Stanford University's football stadium to hear Herbert Hoover accept the Republican Party's nomination for President of the United States. Hoover was the heroic do-gooder who had saved the Belgians from starvation in 1914 and had rescued the victims of the Mississippi flood in 1927. He wasn't the most exciting candidate to make a charge at the presidency. In fact, he was probably one of the dullest. He larded his speeches with statistics and theory, like George Johnson. Hoover spoke with all the thrill of thawing ice. It seems ironic that in the 1920s, when Americans were so enthralled with glitz and glamour, they would choose such a lackluster politician to lead. Perhaps, amid all the upset, voters sought a laxative. Hoover was everything those movie stars weren't: efficient, moralistic, righteous, unflappable, and selfless. Like Henry Ford, he blended modernism and tradition. He sold himself as a master of efficiency. Since the start of his career in public service, his goal had never been to accumulate power. All he had ever wanted to do was make government work better. As Secretary of Commerce, he had developed a simple and effective system of government. He would summon the leaders of an industry, big or small, to a meeting, call their attention to certain problems besetting their work, then guide them painstakingly through the search for solutions. In 8 years, according to his biographer, Eugene Lyons, he convened 3,000 such meetings, and almost every one resulted in reduced waste, enhanced profits, or improved working conditions. He was a tinkerer, not a radical reformer, and he was probably best suited for the job he already held, Commerce Secretary. Yet there he stood, a step away from the presidency. "I do not favor the repeal of the 18th Amendment," he said on a cloudless California afternoon, taking a characteristically conservative stand on one of the few issues that deeply divided voters. "I stand for the efficient enforcement of the laws enacted thereunder. Whoever is chosen president has under his oath the solemn duty to pursue this course. Our country has deliberately undertaken a great social and economic experiment, noble in motive and far-reaching in purpose. It must be worked out constructively. Common sense compels us to realize that grave abuses have occurred, abuses which must be remedied. Crime and disobedience of law cannot be permitted to break down the Constitution and laws of the United States. He was a big, strong man with a squarish head and an eave of gray-brown hair that drooped nonchalantly from the left side of his face to the right. He seldom smiled, and he dressed as conservatively as was humanly possible, in shades of black and gray. Perfect bureaucrat camouflage, as if the last thing he wanted was to call attention to himself. He spoke as cautiously as he dressed. Even before a crowd of 70,000, with marching bands and cheerleaders surrounding him, and with an audience of millions listening coast to coast on the radio, he made no attempt to jazz up his delivery. Hoover's idea of a good time was to work with industry to standardize the thread sizes on nuts and bolts, which he listed as one of his principal achievements as Secretary of Commerce. In fact, it was a brilliant move, in that it made countless factories more efficient and promoted collaboration among independent businesses. If the voters thought him dull, he would not argue. If they saw his life story as the embodiment of the American dream, he wouldn't argue with that either. Hoover was born in 1874 in a whitewashed wooden cottage outside West Branch, Iowa, a village founded by Quakers. His father was a blacksmith, a pious man, but with a hot dash of American ambition. His mother worked as a teacher and a seamstress and served as a minister in the church. She expected silence from her 3 children when she sat them for hours at a time with the elders at the unheated Quaker meeting house. Herbert Hoover grew up in a community of shared values, where citizens learned that hard work, temperance, and careful planning led to a guiltless, untroubled conscience. His reading was limited to the Bible, school books, and novels that taught the dangers of demon rum, but he occasionally risked the ire of his elders by partaking in certain forbidden acts, such as sledding. When Herbert was 6, his father died from typhoid fever. For 8 months after his father's death, Herbert was sent to live with an uncle who worked as a federal agent on an Osage Indian reservation in Arkansas, where Herbert and his cousin were the only white boys around. There he learned to hunt with bow and arrow, build fires, and cook on them. When he was 8 and living back in West Branch, pneumonia killed his mother. The 3 siblings were split up. After 2 years on an Iowa farm with one uncle, Herbert was gently told, "Thee is going to Oregon," to live with the most respected of his uncles, a country doctor and missionary named Henry John Minthorn, who had recently lost his only son and all but insisted that his sister's boy be sent as a replacement. Hoover never overcame his natural shyness. It just hardened like bread crust, leaving him with a thick shell that made people think of him as closed and dispassionate. After studying engineering at Stanford, he found work as a miner among low-paid, hard-living, dirty-lunged men. He didn't drink or curse to impress them. He merely worked harder than the rest. If this highly educated, principled young Quaker did not cower before such rough characters, and was not resented by them, wrote biographer Lyons, it was because he was the best miner of them all. Before long, Hoover was moved up to management, traveling the world, evaluating mines for purchase by the big companies that employed him. In 1899, between trips, he returned home to marry the only girl he had ever dated, and probably the only one with whom he had ever danced. Lou Henry. Her parents had been counting on a boy and couldn't bring themselves to come up with a feminine name for their child. A stunning beauty, tall and lean, with a love of the outdoors, Lou could have charmed any man on campus, but she was drawn to Hoover by his confidence, his quiet, sturdy charm, and by his legendary status as the most brilliant geology student in the college. She, too, had chosen geology as her major. In 1914, the Hoovers were living in London when war erupted in Europe. For years, Hoover had been nagged by the sense that he ought to be contributing to society, but his antisocial personality and poor speaking skills held him back. With the war raging, the U.S. Embassy asked Hoover to help stranded American travelers get back home. He jumped at the chance. He found he was well suited for such behind-the-scenes work, where results counted for more than style. As the war went on, German soldiers occupied Belgium, and the British Navy blockaded the tiny nation's ports. The defenseless Belgians, who imported almost all their food, began to starve. Again, the American embassy asked Hoover to help. First, he negotiated with the British and Germans to allow emergency food supplies to reach civilians. Then, calling on wealthy donors, corporations, and government agencies, he began building a network of boats, trains, and trucks to deliver it. Through 4 years of war, Hoover's Committee for the Relief of Belgium raised $1 billion and fed more than 11 million people. Hoover, ever righteous, took no salary and hired an accounting firm to audit his charity's books. The audit showed that the organization spent less than 0.5% of its money on administration. When America entered the war in 1917, President Woodrow Wilson asked Hoover to come home and serve as the nation's food administrator, leading America's effort in conservation so that more could be sent overseas. Once more, Hoover found the work immensely satisfying. Children were taught to finish their apples. "Be patriotic to the core," went the slogan. Bakers cooked up coarser breads to conserve ingredients, and families were urged to institute meatless Mondays and wheatless Wednesdays. Hoover had the government start buying wheat and sugar crops. He set hog prices so high that farmers were motivated to double production. He called it conservation, but many Americans referred to it, with no trace of scorn or ridicule, as Hooverizing. One cartoonist, Valentine, at the time, read, "I can Hooverize on dinners and on lights and fuel, too, but I'll never learn to Hooverize when it comes to loving you." It was, as the historian William E. Luchtenberg noted, the first time America had acted as a nation. And it worked. Though he intended to return to the mining business after the war, Hoover never made it. In 1920, President-elect Warren G. Harding named him Secretary of Commerce. Though Harding's administration would prove one of the most thoroughly venal in American history, notorious for its Teapot Dome scandal, a bribery racket involving oil field reserves, Hoover came through with his reputation unsullied. When Vice President Calvin Coolidge took office upon Harding's death in 1923, Hoover held on to his job, and the economy took off on a white-hot streak, beginning a period of prosperity unlike any before. Throughout his years in Washington, Hoover had never acted like a man who burned to be president. He just sat at his roll-top desk, appointing committees, analyzing statistics, scheduling meetings, and reading reports. Asked to name the most important task he faced, he usually picked waste reduction. And if waste reduction wasn't the sort of issue that tended to thrust a man into a position of power, so be it. When it came to running for president, Hoover decided that the best thing he could do, given his drab personality, was to let the American people come to their own conclusion that he would make a fine leader before expressing any desire of his own for the job. It was modest, it was risk-free, and it was effective. So as Coolidge made vague statements about his intention to seek re-election, Hoover and his friends started building an informal, nearly invisible campaign organization. All over the country, labor unions, small business associations, miners, railway workers, social workers, engineers, and religious leaders went to work on Hoover's behalf. Men and women who had toiled with him in flood relief efforts and on international food programs formed clubs to promote his campaign. Newspapers declared that this humble technocrat, this genius of organization, might be better qualified for the presidency than any first-time candidate the nation had ever put forth. Here was an experienced candidate, with no great ego and no obvious appetite for power, who managed to make it appear as if he'd been propelled into a position of national leadership by force of nature and through no doing of his own. Nothing like it had ever happened before in America. Yet even as it had become clear that a great wave of support was building behind him, Hoover, cloaking his confidence in a kind of humility, declined to commit. With the exception of a brief letter he sent to party leaders in Ohio, giving them permission to enter his name in the state's primary, he made not a single public pronouncement prior to the party's national convention. On his way west to accept the nomination, his train stopped in Fort Wayne, Indiana, where he was greeted by a crowd that beseeched him to offer a few words. "This is not an occasion for a political speech," he said. "It is Sunday morning. However, I do appreciate greatly the sentiment and courtesy of your coming down to the station." That was all he had to say. At his next stop, in Chicago, he was not even recognized as his small motorcade rolled through the city's loop. When reporters met him in suburban Evanston at the home of Vice President Dawes, Hoover excused himself, saying, "I will get into the background," leaving Dawes to handle the newsmen alone. The campaign centered on a few themes. First, there was the ethnicity and religion of Hoover's Democratic opponent, New York Governor Al Smith. An Irish-American and practicing Roman Catholic, Smith made many voters in the South uncomfortable. Smith also was a drinking man, and unafraid to admit it. He came out in opposition to prohibition, while Hoover promised to enforce and maintain the law. Hoover knew that the ban on drinking was unpopular in big cities. He was bothered by the fact that the law had corrupted the nation's justice system and turned petty criminals into violent tyrants. But he also knew that the majority of American voters still wanted prohibition to work. They still wanted to believe that Americans were a God-fearing, law-abiding, hard-working people capable of kicking their bad habits. Had he been more audacious, Hoover could have campaigned against Al Capone rather than Al Smith. He could have made the gangster his scapegoat for the failures of prohibition and vowed to take him down. It would not have been much of a stretch, given that Hoover spoke often of his intention to reform the nation's criminal justice system. But the Republican candidate was not prone to hyperbole. It would appear that he never mentioned Capone on the stump. But then again, he didn't have to. He had the economy on his side. By the late 1920s, the national income of the United States exceeded that of Great Britain, Germany, Japan, Canada, France, and 17 other nations combined. Americans worked less, earned more, and got more for their money. Henry Ford had instituted the 5-day work week, as opposed to the previous 6, and the agricultural machinery manufacturer International Harvester started offering its employees something fantastic and all but unheard of: a 2-week annual paid vacation. The manufacturing sector was exploding. Cars, telephones, and radios led the way. Then came new products, such as cigarette lighters, paint sprayers, wristwatches, book matches, Pyrex cooking utensils, cellophane. The economy was flying high like Lindbergh over the Atlantic. All anyone really wanted was more. Hoover and the Republicans claimed credit for the nation's prosperity and warned voters that there was still a bit of tinkering to be done before economic bliss could be achieved and locked in. The stock market had hiccuped a few times during the campaign season, but as Election Day drew near, the big bull market was back. people were starting to believe the Irving Berlin lyrics. Blue skies smiling at me. Nothing but blue skies from now on. School teachers, plumbers, and all sorts of modestly paid Americans were investing in stocks, or at least following the daily shifts in prices, a habit once largely reserved for the privileged. It was only a matter of time, it seemed, before poverty was completely eliminated and wealth blanketed the land from corner to corner. American business leaders were leading the nation toward the greatest age of good fortune the world had ever seen. Big business in America is producing what the socialists held up as their goal: food, shelter, and clothing for all, wrote the muckraking left-wing journalist Lincoln Steffens. You will see it during the Hoover administration. Chapter 21. I do not stay up late. Miss Parsons? The voice on the telephone seemed alarmingly low. It was Al Capone on a call with Hollywood's leading gossip columnist, Luella Parsons, of the Hearst newspaper chain. Yes, she said flatly, not really believing that the big fellow himself was on the line. Al Capone speaking, he said. The voice was strangely subdued. To Parsons, it sounded like a tone one might hear in a library or around a sick person. It gave her the creeps. She was not the sort to be afraid. In Hollywood, Parsons had a reputation for being as ruthless as any gangster, a bitch goddess, as the actress Mamie Van Doren would later describe her, with the power to make or break careers. According to film industry lore, Parsons had been aboard the yacht of William Randolph Hearst when the producer Thomas Ince died. Hearst supposedly found his lover in the arms of Charlie Chaplin, tried to shoot Chaplin, and hit Ince instead. In exchange for her silence, the story went, Parsons received a lifetime contract from the newspaper magnate. Whether true or not, the legend certainly enhanced Parsons' image. The gossip columnist had met Capone a year earlier when she had come to Chicago, along with seemingly half of the American populace, for the Dempsey-Tunney fight. Capone had gone on and on at the time about his son, and Parsons doubted if even the most chicken-hearted would have been scared of Al on that occasion. Now she was in town again, making a recreational stop on her way to New York. Capone had recently returned from Miami. Parsons asked if she could stop by the Metropole that evening for an interview. "Come early. I do not stay up late," Capone said, his voice still hushed. Later, when Edward G. Robinson, Jimmy Cagney, and Humphrey Bogart started playing gangsters on the silver screen and speaking in low monotones that hovered just above a mumble, Parsons would swear they'd all copied the style from Capone. Their wardrobe ideas came from him, too. On the train from Los Angeles, Parsons had met a young doctor named Harry Martin. She was already infatuated. Showing off, she invited him to come along to meet Capone. The doctor thought it was a gag, but off he went to the Metropole with this dazzling, fascinating, fearless woman. "Al Capone doesn't live here," the hotel desk clerk told Parsons. "I would advise you to call room 408, she snapped. They rode the elevator, knocked at the door, and withstood a screening by 3 of Capone's men. At last, the door opened to reveal Capone in a combination office-sitting room. To Parsons' eye, the furniture looked too cheap for a man of Capone's stature. If not for the photos of family and friends, one would never have known that the suite had been Capone's more or less permanent residence for nearly a year. Other, more self-aggrandizing reporters tended to describe Capone's hotel suite as an imposing chamber, darkly paneled and majestically accoutred. But Parsons was not impressed. The gangster chief was a dark, squat man, she recalled, under medium height, but immaculately groomed in a soft gray suit. His eyes were small, but rather pleasant. It was his mouth that was his bad feature. Too full, purple rather than red in color, and his lips shone so they seemed to be polished. Purple, too, was the scar on his cheek which gave him his nickname. He rose slowly and easily to greet his guests and, with the poise of an actor, began discoursing about European antiques he had recently acquired, and then about how much his son enjoyed riding horseback through Lincoln Park each morning. Like any celebrity, it seemed, he was eager to impress. The more Capone talked, wrote Parsons, the more obvious it became to both his nervous guests that there was absolutely no thought in his mind that he had ever done a thing to harm society. Only after several minutes of chit-chat did Parsons come to realize that Capone wanted something in return for the access he had granted his interviewer. "That paper that runs your column, the Chicago Herald and Examiner," he said, his voice betraying the first hint of petulance, "is particularly bad to my dog races." He was talking about the Hawthorne Kennel Club, where he had a stake in the greyhound action, in partnership with Fast Eddie O'Hare. "Look at the play they give the horse races. Why do they ignore my dogs?" At this shocker, Parsons should have been greatly relieved. If Capone's biggest beef was newspaper coverage of the dog races, she held pretty fair standing. But as Capone went on, it was clear that he was not joking. "Well," he said, in that same level tone which by now was getting on Parsons' nerves in the extreme, "you are the girl who can fix it. Speak to the editor about it." Parsons sensed this was an order, not a request, and decided to change the subject. She said she was only in town for a day, on her way from Los Angeles to New York. "Los Angeles," Capone said. "There's a lousy town." He went on to tell how he'd been run out by the district attorney and forced to return to Chicago last year around Christmas time, and how someone had swiped a jug of wine from one of his suitcases. Then, as he had approached Chicago, he griped, he had given $100 to a newspaper reporter and asked the fellow to send a telegram to one of his associates with details on when and where he wished to be met. But instead of wiring his associate, the reporter had wired the police. The cops had met Capone at the station in Joliet and locked him up for the night. "What burned me up," he said, "was that the guy kept the $100. The cheap crook." Chapter 22. The Enforcer. "Oh, look at the airplane," said Tony Lombardo to his two bodyguards. He stepped out of the Hartford building, a steel skyscraper built in the burst of industry before the 1893 World's Fair, and stood for a moment on the sidewalk near the busy intersection of Madison and Dearborn. A thickly packed crowd had gathered in front of the Boston store, where workers with pulleys and ropes were hoisting a real airplane up the department store's exterior wall and in through an enormous window on the 11th floor. The downtown Loop's brick buildings were lit orange in the fading sun, its streets soaked in shadows. It was 4:25 on a mild Friday afternoon, September 7th, 1928, the kind of crisp autumn day you longed for through the long Chicago winter. Electric streetcars buzzed up and down Madison Street, their bells jingling. Delivery trucks ground their gears and coughed gray smoke into the air, while the amused crowd ogled the amazing sight of the suspended aircraft. Americans in the 1920s, more than ever, defined themselves by how they dressed, the movies they viewed, and the games they played. It was part of being stylish and modern. The Boston was one of those department stores that helped explain the latest fashions and helped make those fashions available to the masses at marked-down prices. But it wasn't enough for stores to offer low prices and a stunningly vast variety of products, and it wasn't enough to advertise, even though American businesses in 1928 would spend a record-breaking $1.2 billion doing so. Now, In the age of indulgence and spectacle, department stores took extreme steps to outshine the competition. Today, it was a plane. After watching the slowly climbing aircraft, Lombardo and his bodyguards began walking west on Madison. Lombardo, the boss, was a busy man. As president of the Unione Siciliana, now referred to as the Italo-American Union, he was routinely besieged by requests for favors. But just now, he was under greater than usual pressure. For starters, there were the rumors that gunmen from New York were looking to knock him off to make way for a member of the Aiello faction. Capone, too, was on the spot, gangster parlance for under contract or facing heat. But Capone could hide. Lombardo didn't have that luxury. He was expected to be out among the people he served. He was expected to attend baptisms, weddings, and the endless array of religious festivals that seemed to go on for days. He also kept regular office hours to help settle feuds among neighbors and to listen to pleas from men who needed a hand finding work. Most recently, he had been asked to help save a 10-year-old Italian boy who had been kidnapped. The story was making banner headlines, in no small part because it evoked memories of the kidnapping and murder of 14-year-old Bobby Franks by Leopold and Loeb a few years earlier. The kidnappers were demanding a ransom of $60,000. The boy's father, a stubborn and independent man, said he would pay, but not that much, and he wanted the police to stay out of it. He was counting on Lombardo with his connections to win his son's release. Without Capone, Lombardo never would have ascended to the position of power and wealth he inhabited with such grace. Yet Capone's beneficence had turned out to be like the storied monkey's paw. It brought great fortune and greater complications. That was why he surrounded himself with bodyguards and tried to confine his public activities to the Loop, where the crowds afforded him a sense of safety. As Lombardo left his office after a long meeting, his clothes reeking of cigarette smoke and his eyes still adjusting to the light, one of those complications followed Lombardo down the street. He was a tall man in a brown suit, hatless and seemingly alone. Walking quickly along the crowded sidewalk, he closed in behind Lombardo and pulled a gun. Lombardo saw the man coming out of the corner of his eye and reached in his pocket for his own revolver, but not fast enough. 4 shots rang out, echoing in the canyon of tall buildings. Lombardo and one of his bodyguards fell in front of the Roclios cafeteria. Pedestrians shrieked and scattered chaotically, ducking behind taxis and darting into shops. Streetcars screeched to a stop, bells jangling. The man in the brown suit took off running, briefly chased by the surviving bodyguard. He ducked into a Regal shoes store and went out the back, never to be seen again. When it was clear the shooting had stopped, men and women came out from cover to see the bloody bodies, ignoring the airplane overhead. By the time police arrived, it was clear that Lombardo, 36 years old, was a goner, the blood pouring like syrup from 2 small holes behind his left ear and pulpy face, and spreading across the sidewalk from his prone corpse. His wounded bodyguard, shot in the back, his spinal cord shattered, would die 3 days later. Lombardo's murder once again put Chicago in the national news. Police speculated that the murder was payback for the assassination of Frankie Yale and connected to the struggle for control of the Italo-American Union. Though there were hundreds of witnesses to the crime, including the bodyguard who gave chase to the gunman, police were clueless when it came to identifying the murderer. They did say they believed the whack looked like a professional job. Dum-dum bullets, points blunted to dull their impact and to make a more gaping wound, had been used to make certain that the shots wouldn't go through Lombardo and strike any unintended civilians. Now, the newspapers said, it wasn't just a bunch of local idiots shooting one another over kegs of beer. It was bigger than that. It was, as the New York Times put it, nothing less than the bloody struggle for the right of dictatorship in the criminal empire, of which Alphonse Scarface Capone now seems the titular head. The papers were stoking fears, suggesting that gangster-fueled terrorism was spreading and would soon plague every city in the nation if something wasn't done. It's difficult to say for certain whether Americans were less safe in the late 1920s than they were prior to Prohibition. The government was not yet compiling national statistics on crime. One study estimated that murders and assaults increased 37% during the Prohibition years, but other studies concluded that the crime wave was a myth and that the nation was enjoying a long-term decline in serious crime that would carry through into the 1960s. Either way, there was no doubt that American fascination with crime had reached its all-time peak. That much could be blamed on the press. News and entertainment were no longer purely local, thanks to the emergence of national newspaper and radio companies and the growth of big circulation magazines. Crossword puzzles and Kellogg's cornflakes and dozens of other products were becoming national phenomena too, thanks to coast-to-coast marketing campaigns that hadn't existed a decade earlier. The gangster became a cultural icon as newspaper writers began looking for stories with national appeal. Crime stories were perfect. They were about morality, about money, about profit and loss, success and failure, good and evil. Crime stories had powerful images, too. Fast cars, gushing wounds, rattling gats, big hats, and catchy nicknames. Writers such as Damon Runyon and Ben Hecht spotted the appeal right away and cashed in. The newspaper chain boss and fan of splashy tabloids, William Randolph Hearst, also recognized the trend and capitalized. These men knew that life in America in the 1920s was wild and reckless. The country was changing fast and in often frightening ways. But everyone could relate to the tale of the American gangster. It was a story that boiled down many of the day's most complicated matters, crime, poverty, prohibition, into simple, action-packed narratives. And best of all, it offered Americans a bogeyman, an object of fear that managed to frighten without doing much real harm to the average citizen. The hoodlum of 1920 has become page one news, copy for the magazines, material for talkie plots and vaudeville gags, Fred Paisley wrote in his 1930 biography of Capone, in which he ranked the gangster with American legends such as Will Rogers, Henry Ford, Babe Ruth, the corner of Broadway and 42nd Street, and Bromo Seltzer. Chicago's Exhibit A had become America's Exhibit A. After returning to Chicago late in the summer of 1928, Capone had moved his headquarters from the Metropole to the Lexington Hotel. Same neighborhood, but 1 block north. The Lexington was a little bit classier than the Metropole, but it wasn't the Palmer House, which had grand ballrooms, Tiffany windows, and muraled ceilings. The Lexington was still well south of the city's center, much closer to the old Four Deuces than to the city's imposing skyscrapers. He registered under the name George Phillips and took room 230, which consisted of 3 rooms connected to form a single suite. Later he moved to the 4th floor, where he used part of his suite as living quarters and part as office. The office looked like any other: filing cabinets, adding machines, and a big desk set in the bay window. Capone sat with his back to Michigan Avenue. On his desk sat a framed portrait of Sonny. On the office walls were 2 engravings, one of George Washington and one of Abraham Lincoln. At some point he added a portrait of Big Bill Thompson. At another, between the presidential portraits, he hung a cartoon image of himself dressed in golfing togs and holding a driver. For now this was his home and office. 8 years in Chicago, a city of neighborhoods, and Capone had never really had a neighborhood to call his own. He'd never had a local speakeasy where the bartender knew his order, never had a regular shoeshine stand, never had a barber shop where the fellows had already heard his jokes but laughed anyway. Hanging out in saloons was too dangerous, and the shoeshine men and barbers all came to him. This was the life he'd chosen, or else the life that had chosen him. There was nothing normal about it. On September 11th, 1928, when Lombardo was buried, Capone and his men emerged en masse from the Lexington, all in dark suits and big hats, and drove out to Cicero to pay respects. The sky was mackerel gray. It looked like all of Cicero and a good part of Chicago had collected around the dead man's humble brick house. Housewives, old women with shawls covering their heads, taxi drivers in dirty shoes, teenage girls chewing gum, tailors, assembly line workers, chauffeurs with machine guns on the floorboards of their cars, cops, precinct captains, judges, streetcar conductors, newspaper reporters, and a handful of men who didn't know the dead man at all, but had made a grotesque hobby of showing up at gangster funerals. Cars were parked too deep by the curb, stopping all traffic and forcing mourners to walk. Flowers filled the front yard of the Lombardo home with Amazonian density. One wreath spanned the entire width of the home. T. Lombardo, the flowers spelled. The T fashioned from pink carnations, the Lombardo from white. A clock built of pink gladiolas marked the time of Lombardo's last breath, 4:25. Capone sent something a bit more tasteful, sort of. A heart made of red roses, roughly 8 feet in height, with white roses around the edge and white roses at the center, spelling, "My pal." Friends and neighbors wandered about the driveway and backyard, swapping stories, while waiting for the family to join them on the trip to the cemetery. A buzz went through the crowd when Capone arrived, but he disappointed the gawkers by taking not the bulletproof Cadillac, which was said to weigh 9,000 pounds under all that armor, but the automobile of a friend. A soft gray fedora tilted on his head. He wore a black suit of fine wool, patent leather shoes, black tie, and a plain white shirt, unlike some other gangsters who tried to show off with their colored shirts, flashy ties, and tan shoes. Capone chatted with Frankie Rio, his principal bodyguard and full-time companion, as well as with Jack McGurn. The noted assassins Robert Anselmi and John Scalise may have been strolling the backyard, but the reporter who thought he spotted them couldn't say for sure. Capone and his men tugged on cigars thick as billy clubs and chatted about their wives and kids. A Chicago Daily News reporter asked Capone if the stories were true that Lombardo had been killed in retaliation for the death of Yale, that the gangs of New York and Chicago were going to war. "Honest," Capone said, "it's all a puzzle to me. I don't know nothing about New York connections. I'm all up in the air. It all seems like a dream." He went on to say, straight-faced, that he had thought Lombardo and Yale had been friends. He couldn't imagine why either of them had been killed. Some of the photographers asked Capone for permission to snap a few shots. "There'll be no trouble about taking pictures if you just take crowd pictures," he said. "Don't try to get any close-ups." They obeyed. Then the big man got sentimental, saying, "I've tried to treat Tony Lombardo, who is dead, as Tony Lombardo would have treated me were he alive today, and were I in his place." The polished language, better suited for Julius Caesar than the Brooklyn-accented Capone, was almost certainly created by the unnamed girl reporter for the Evening American who interviewed Capone that day. He continued, "He was my best friend, the truest friend any man on earth ever had. Now he is dead. In death I won't forget or forsake him, or those of his who live, as long as I live, as long as they live, as long as live those who will carry on my orders after I am gone." Sodden skies and sadness seemed to soften the light in Capone's gray-green eyes, the reporter noted. "Tony Lombardo," he continued, repeating himself. was one of the best men who ever lived. They don't make them any better than Tony Lombardo. Just say for me that he was a prince among men." With that, Capone led his men into the Lombardo living room. "Boys," he ordered, "let us pray." And they knelt. Moments later, Lombardo was transported to the cemetery in a $3,000 bronze coffin. 17 carloads of flowers accompanied the body to the grave, as did a bevy of police squad cars, countless crooks, and a dozen tuxedoed pallbearers. Once more, the spectacle thrilled Chicagoans, who lined up by the thousands to watch. In a hearing held shortly after Lombardo's funeral, the latest man to serve as Chicago's police commissioner, William F. Russell, was called to the bar by Judge Frank Comerford. The commissioner stepped forward. "How many men have you on your police force?" the judge asked. "There were 5,641 when I counted last," the commissioner said. "Very well," the judge answered sternly. "Now, Commissioner, I say to you that a few hundred cutthroats, described as the Mafia of Chicago, have challenged and threatened the right of 3 million people in this city to live happily in peace and security. 5,600 policemen can subdue those lawless few hundred without difficulty and restore the safety of our homes and children. So I suggest to you, Commissioner Russell, that you use all the power of your department, thousands of your men if necessary, in concentrating against these Mafia gunmen. Remove by annihilation the few hundreds who challenge the 3 million. The giant headline, stripped across the top of the next day's front page of the Chicago Tribune, read, "Annihilate Mafia. Judge." Until then, the Chicago papers had seldom used the term Mafia to describe local underworld operators. Capone and his men had been bootleggers, rum runners, goons, gangsters, and occasionally black-handers. But now, for the first time, officials in Chicago were making an attempt to link his outfit to the organized criminals of Italy. Never mind that Capone's crew contained plenty of Irishmen, Englishmen, and Jews, too. Never mind that some of Capone's biggest enemies were Sicilians. He was a Mafia kingpin, not some ordinary criminal. In years to come, the term would be applied to Capone with increasing frequency, in part to make him sound more menacing, in part to invoke ethnic stereotyping, and, perhaps most of all, to make his reign of terror seem less of an American phenomenon. In October 1928, with another municipal election approaching, Chicago's leading businessmen and crime fighters were eager to avoid a repetition of the pineapple primary, when bomb blasts had echoed through the city and headlines had spread across the country. So in the interest of fair play in democracy, Frank J. Lesh, president of the Chicago Crime Commission, paid a visit to Capone at the Lexington Hotel. In that same year, Lesh had all but given up his lucrative law practice to take over leadership of the privately run quasi-governmental crime commission. The move suggested to his contemporaries that Lesh was nuts, or at the very least, nuts for publicity. Lesh was, in fact, quite fond of attention, but he also was a deeply religious man, a Sunday school teacher, and a passionate lover of Chicago. He had seen the city burned to ashes in 1871 when he was 19, and figured then that the place was gone forever. "I had only $2 in my pocket and had the impression that Chicago would, of course, disappear as a business place," he recalled. "Then I saw a score of men at work in the ruins of the Chamber of Commerce at the corner of Washington and LaSalle streets. They were actually removing debris, smoking hot, preparatory to rebuilding." Lesh walked through the smoldering city, found a pie shop, still selling pies, bought one for 20 cents, and resolved in that moment that Chicago would come back, and I must stay right here. At age 75, he saw his city threatened once more, and he resolved to do something. Capone's guards ushered Lesh into the boss's suite at the Lexington. Capone gazed at Lesh. He was a strange-looking man, small and bald, with great folds of skin sagging from his face. His nose and ears were monstrous. They looked like they'd been hastily removed from a man twice his size and stuck on his small, shiny skull. His left eye was considerably higher than his right, so that he looked at all times as if he were raising one brow in skepticism. It was such a freaky mug that strangers speaking to Lesh for the first time often found themselves disoriented and unable to read his mood. So at least he had an aura of mystery about him as he sat down with Capone. He had age in his favor, too. He was too old to be afraid of anybody, and having made his money as a lawyer in the railroad business, he was well accustomed to dealing with thugs and frauds. This day, Lesh found Capone to be in good spirits. Lesh asked Capone if he would help ensure a clean election. There wasn't much worry about the presidential race. Hoover was expected to beat Smith easily in Illinois, but there were several city elections that mattered. Thompson's machine was trying to bounce back from its losses in the March primary. Lesh wanted to see the reformers continue to make progress in routing the forces of corruption. It was either a sign of his great pragmatism or the hopelessness of his long-term cause that he turned to Capone for help enforcing the law. Lesh was under no illusions about Chicago's crime boss. He knew that Capone was not the super-wealthy, all-powerful being that the press liked to make him out to be. He once told a gathering of business executives, "When they talk about Al Capone being rich, I don't believe them. He may take in much money, but every man surrounding him is a blackmailer preying upon him. If Al Capone is not murdered, the law will get him, or he will die in poverty. He is just as certain to go down as God lives." But Lesh also understood that Capone was a community organizer, in his own fiendish way, and that this mob boss commanded the best-connected network in the city. Chicago was organized by neighborhoods, precincts, and parishes, and there were many politicians with strong local organizations. But not even Big Bill Thompson had yet built a machine that could match Capone's for its ability to work block by block, neighborhood by neighborhood, across the entire city. "I'll have the cops send out squad cars the night before the election," Capone promised Lesh, sounding like the mayor or the chief of police. "They'll throw the punks into the cooler and keep 'em there until the voting's over." A municipal judge, John Lyle, addressing a church group during the campaign, warned of Capone's might. "If you doubt the political sway of this man," he said, "let me inform you that at the last election he elected a state senator to protect his interests at Springfield, a man of his own race who has been in my chambers time and again on behalf of gangsters in police custody. Capone has in the city council an alderman completely under his dictation who will front for him and his boys in case anything affecting them comes before the council. Furthermore, he elected a congressman. The money element in crime is linked up to official posts to a greater extent than the public realizes." Whether Capone had anything to do with it or not, the November 6th election was the calmest Chicago had witnessed in years. "No violence," read the subhead on the Tribune story. "Not even a kidnapping reported." Nothing like it had happened for a generation, the story said. Lesh was beaming. "Today will stand out as the most remarkable election day in Chicago's history since it has been a great city," he said. Thompson's machine took another hit as reformers won more positions of power. In the presidential election, Hoover won in a landslide, taking 444 electoral votes to Smith's 87. As if in celebration, the stock market rocketed into record territory. On November 12th, the New York Times, reporting on the most active day of trading in the market's history, attributed the wave of optimism to Herbert Hoover and the promise of 4 more years of prosperity. Chapter 23. The Formidable Alphonse. Abraham Lincoln created the income tax in 1861 to fund the Civil War. The law called for a 3% tax on any U.S. resident with annual income of more than $600. Lincoln and his tax collectors didn't care how the money was earned, whether it came from property, rents, interest, dividends, salaries, or from any profession, trade, employment, or vocation carried on in the United States or elsewhere, or from any source whatever. Income was income, and the government wanted a cut. The law was simple, but not popular, and it didn't take hold right away. It was overturned in 1872, brought back in 1894, and ruled unconstitutional in 1895. In 1913, Wyoming ratified the 16th Amendment, creating the three-quarter majority of states required to make that amendment official. The amendment provided the legal basis for a federal income tax. That same year, a 1% tax was imposed on Americans with income higher than $3,000, and a 6% surtax was added for those who earned $500,000 or more. From that moment, the income tax became a permanent part of American life. There were only two ways to avoid it, by death or by fraud, the latter being the more popular choice. "The income tax," quipped the cowboy humorist Will Rogers, "has made liars out of more Americans than golf." American honesty, like auto sales, tended to rise and fall with the economy. When money was tight during World War I, cheating flourished. In response, Daniel C. Roper, commissioner of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, which was part of the Treasury Department, hired half a dozen of the post office's most meticulous inspectors and turned them loose in pursuit of tax evaders. Postal inspectors at the time continued to be some of the most respected and feared men in government, known across the land for their honesty, perspicacity, and determination. Thus was formed the Special Intelligence Unit. Almost instantly, compliance rates improved. But what about criminals? Were they supposed to file 1040s and report their illicit gains? The question seemed paradoxical. If one's money is illegally earned, is one legally required to pay taxes on it? Criminals, of course, were not engaging in philosophical discussions about their moral and constitutional duties, but they were smart enough to know that it didn't make sense to fill out forms providing the government with details of their illegal activities. They might as well have monogrammed their bullets and sent the cops photographs from their robberies while they were at it. The question became more than merely philosophical in 1921, when a bootlegger named Manly Sullivan was arrested and charged with income tax evasion. Sullivan argued all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court that income from illegal transactions should not be taxable, and that reporting such income amounted to self-incrimination. The court didn't buy his argument, though, and that decision in 1927 cleared the way for the Internal Revenue Bureau's aggressive pursuit of bootleggers. In Chicago, the Special Intelligence Unit dispatched one of its young, inexperienced agents, Eddie Waters, to see if he could get gangsters to report their income. Occasionally, he would succeed, believe it or not, wrote his boss, Elmer Eyre, the man in charge of the Special Intelligence Unit. And how did Agent Waters select his targets? From the newspapers, of course, which reported daily on the big bootleggers. Newspapermen loved nothing more than a bloody shootout on Michigan Avenue, but when they couldn't find one of those to write about, they often settled for an account of the lavish spending habits of the city's leading hoodlums. Waters pestered Ralph Capone long enough that Bottles finally agreed to file a return, listing his income as $20,000 a year for 4 years and his profession as gambler. But to the government's great fortune, Ralph never got around to paying his income tax, or at least not all of it. Finally, on September 22, 1928, a collector for the Bureau of Internal Revenue filed liens for $11,000 against his property. Newspaper accounts said the investigators pursuing Ralph were also gathering evidence against his well-known younger brother. The stories didn't say whether Al Capone had been contacted by the feds or if charges against him might be coming soon. The case against Al Capone would eventually become the most important income tax investigation in American history. But for now, the big fellow had more pressing problems. Ever since his arrival in Chicago in the winter of 1920, Capone had made his living catering to Chicagoans' vices. But 8 years is a long time to stay in the same business, especially when the business involves so much shooting, stealing, bribing, and bomb-tossing. Over time, his operation evolved. In 1927, authorities in Chicago reported the birth of more than 200 new rackets, and Capone was said to have a hand in many of them. The rackets were simple operations. Suppose a dozen men on the West Side were selling fruit from sidewalk carts. One day, a big guy with hairy knuckles wrapped around a crowbar would start paying visits to the fruit peddlers. "Are you with us?" he would ask. The confused peddler would soon learn that his peers had formed a union. Thanks to the union, the goon would inform him, prices for peaches and plums would be rising sharply, and police would no longer be bothering the pushcart men. The fruit peddler would need only to pay a small initiation fee of $2 plus $1 a month membership charge and do what he's told. His life would get easier. His wealth would grow. If the fruit peddler expressed hesitation, the gangster would tell him, with a laugh and a gentle punch in the arm, about what happened to the last man who decided not to join the organization. Inevitably, the fruit peddler would decide to pay. The racketeers had broad reach. They had their hands in the pockets of window washers, boot blacks, soda dispensers, table girls, photo finishers, chicken killers, tire workers, candy jobbers, milkmen, taxi drivers, miniature golf course operators, pinball machine suppliers, and dozens of others. The hoodlums tended to pick on the small and powerless, and they looked for segments of competition so they could help to regulate it. As a result, Chicago residents contributed to the rackets in small, often unnoticeable increments. It was a great business for the gangsters, who had learned from bootlegging that there were better ways than larceny to get rich. Safecracking and house-prowling belonged now almost exclusively to the desperate and degenerate. That stuff was too risky for the bootleggers, who had come to think of themselves as serious businessmen with steady customers, regular payrolls, and substantial capital investments. Racketeering was simple and steadily profitable. Thanks to the utter dysfunction of local government, it was fairly safe, too. As with any business, its success depended on strong management, clear operating principles, and well-organized, low-paid field operators who were willing to perform the dirty and dangerous work. The racket leaders, just like the leaders of legitimate industries, got the bulk of the money while taking little of the risk. By the late 1920s, racketeering became the hot new business for bootleggers. Maxie Eisen, for instance, who got his start with Johnny Torrio and Capone, controlled the city's kosher butchers. Eisen set chicken prices at 38 cents a pound, and when he found out that a butcher named Sam Trebuch was refusing to go higher than 35 cents on his birds, Eisen fined him $50. When Trebuch refused to pay, Eisen and his pal Jack Knuckles Cito beat the butcher with a crowbar, turning his head to chop meat. Gangsters already had thugs working every corner of the city and already had control of the speakeasies where they maintained the flow of beer and the installation and maintenance of slot machines. Moving into the rackets required a redeployment of certain resources and the addition of a certain number of brass-knuckled enforcers, but it hardly called for reinvention. In fact, when Capone got into the dry-cleaning racket, newspapers described him as a hero, riding to the rescue of the small businessmen who had fallen under the oppression of other, greedier racketeers. What police have attempted unsuccessfully for months to do, stop racketeering among cleaners and dyers of Chicago, today became the chore of Al Capone, vice lord and big shot among the gangsters, wrote the Chicago Daily Journal. The formidable Alphonse has become a principal partner in the Sanitary Cleaning Shops Incorporated. The story went on to say that Capone, in exchange for his muscle, would receive a $25,000 interest in the shops he represented. The Tribune recognized Capone's growing power as a grave concern. "We have here a situation as shameful as that created by the Camorra and Mafia in southern Italy," the paper editorialized. In racketeering, as in bootlegging, Capone's arms reached wide, but his grip was loose. He didn't rule the Coal Hikers Union. His associate William Three-Fingered Jack White did. He didn't supervise the Bill Posters and Billers Union. His pal Jack McGurn did. But Capone surely got a cut of the income from those and other organizations. Of course, Capone's rivals were not rolling over and letting him have a monopoly. Bugs Moran, heir to Dean O'Banion's North Side throne, got into the dry-cleaning business the same as Capone did. Moran was a big man with a beautiful head of highly sheened brown hair and a jowly face. In addition to dry cleaning, he had a hand in the taxi business, helping the Checker Taxicab Company put pressure on the Yellow Cab Company. 2 yellow cabs were tipped over on Lower Wacker Drive. 2 of the company's garages were bombed, and a barn in the countryside belonging to a yellow cab attorney was destroyed, killing 11 thoroughbred horses. Suddenly, thanks to racketeering work, the Northside gangsters, who had been almost invisible since the death of schemer Drucci, were raising hell again. They still didn't have the strength or the size of Capone's outfit, but they were big enough to cause trouble. The Northsiders no longer had their headquarters above Schofield's flower shop on State Street. Now they moved from place to place, like vagabonds. One of their hideouts was a dingy garage at 2122 North Clark Street, identified by the letters on the front window as the SMC Cartage Company, on a block full of low-rent boarding houses and greasy spoon diners. It was a useful place, big enough to stash cases of whiskey and barrels of beer, even if it lacked the comforts enjoyed by Capone and his entourage at the Lexington Hotel. Part of the trouble with the Northside gang was its chief. Moran hardly impressed anyone as a born leader. He was a great guy to have a drink with. He was quick with a joke, he remembered names, and he told thrilling stories of his horse-thieving and safe-cracking days. But he had a low-watt bulb for a brain, so low that it's not even clear he appreciated that his fantastic fortune had accumulated mostly because he'd been in the right place at the right time and had avoided the bullets that had, one by one, knocked off each of his partners. There was a reason beyond dumb luck, though, that Moran had survived while the others had died. It was because they had posed a threat, and he hadn't. He wasn't bright enough to scare anybody. But by the late 1920s, Moran's hands-off management style had left his outfit in a sorry state of disorganization. His men were operating almost randomly, and often with laughable results. Peter Gusenberg, one of Moran's top guys, was proving to be a particular problem. On October 31st, 1928, Gusenberg stuck up a couple of well-dressed women in the loop, snatching from them an estimated $14,000 in jewelry. It was a nice haul, but it was a low-class move. Less than a week later, Gusenberg and a couple of other Northside goons, Leo Mongovan and Frank Foster, decided to score a little quick cash by picking on a former bootlegger who now worked as a stockbroker in the loop. Their proposed victim, Abe Cooper, looked like an easy mark. He stood 5'2" and weighed just a shade over 100 pounds, much of that weight seemingly concentrated in the ears and eyelids, which drooped cartoonishly. He had the look of a man perpetually in need of a nap. Cooper was at work in the Rookery building when Mongovan, a big galoot, went in, pulled the little fellow from his desk, and dragged him toward a car parked at LaSalle and Adams. "Get in, and we'll take you for a ride," the thug offered. Cooper had a better idea. He pulled a revolver and started firing. Montgovin was hit twice. He fell but didn't die. Foster froze. Gusenberg, built like a washed-up footballer, took off running as fast as his chunky legs would take him. When the story hit the newspapers, Cooper was a hero. The trio of gangsters sat in jail, and Moran's entire gang was the joke of Chicago. At roughly the same time, a former firefighter named William DeVerne, Jr. was shot in the stomach during a tussle with some Moran men at the C&O restaurant at 509 North Clark Street, a popular night spot where the beer and whiskey flowed. No one ever told what sparked the fight. The gangsters took DeVerne's bleeding body and dumped it at the corner of Rush Street and Austin Avenue. It was about 4 in the morning. DeVerne found the strength to reach a fire alarm call box. He died a month later in the hospital. While he never told investigators who shot him, he may have told his father, who was a Chicago police sergeant, and he also may have told his first cousin. Psychopathic criminal, part-time gangster, part-time bank robber, friend of Capone, and former cop killer, DeVerne's cousin was William Three-Fingered Jack White. DeVerne's murder warranted only a few paragraphs in the local papers, despite his being the son of a policeman. It was just another gang shooting to the ink-stained set, just another dirty rat taken for a ride. But for the Moran gang, and for Capone, it may have had enormous ripple effects. The Moran outfit was spinning out of control, robbing wealthy women of their jewels, blowing up horses, getting beaten to the draw by a stockbroker, knocking off a cop's son. Capone's men knew better than to engage in such amateurish stuff. And what was the big fella doing while Moran was reminding everyone how not to run a criminal organization? Playing golf, for one thing. It seemed like a safe sport. But one day in September, after shooting 18 holes in northwestern Indiana, Capone was getting back into his car when the gun in his right hip pocket discharged. The bullet ripped through his flesh, and blood began soaking his golfing togs immediately. The pain was excruciating. His golfing partner, Johnny Patton, the mayor of suburban Burnham and an investor in some of Capone's gambling operations, drove his friend to a hospital in Hammond. The wound wasn't life-threatening, but Capone remained hospitalized for a few days. When the Tribune reported the accident, he issued a denial. "A man who has been shot in the leg can't dance," he declared, getting up from his desk to do a little jig for an Evening Post reporter. In fact, he hadn't been shot in the leg. Years later, during a routine physical exam, Capone revealed the truth. The bullet, he told his doctor, had put a hole in his scrotum. Chapter 24. Little Caesar. For Herbert Hoover, the first days of 1929 were filled with hope and high spirits. He began by drawing up plans for the reorganization of the federal government's 10 largest departments, with the goal of eliminating overlapping functions and reducing waste. He asked experts across the country to submit proposals on how better to go about flood control, pricing regulation, child welfare, manufacturing, home building, military disarmament, job creation, and crime control. Once that work was underway, he traveled aboard American battleships to 10 countries in Central and South America, touting what he called his good neighbor approach to diplomacy and helping to settle a 46-year-old territorial dispute between Bolivia and Peru. He fished for marlin from the battleship's decks, and when a powerful storm flooded his stateroom one night, he went topside and watched the dark skies unleash their torrents, standing there in his soaking pajamas and trench coat, even after most of the sailors had sought shelter below. From Latin America, Hoover's ship plowed north toward Washington, D.C., where he stopped briefly to interview potential cabinet members and meet with the committee planning his inauguration, which was to be held on March 4th. He reminded them to keep it plain, simple, and cheap. Then, With 2 months remaining before taking office, he headed to Miami for a working vacation. In Miami, schools and businesses were closed to celebrate Hoover's arrival. Thousands of people lined Flagler Avenue in the heart of the business district on a bright blue afternoon to catch a glimpse of the president-elect and his brilliant and forceful wife, Lou Henry. Boy Scouts held back the crowds with ropes. Former heavyweight champ Jack Dempsey was on hand, as was Mary Elizabeth Baird Bryan, the Bible-thumping lawyer and wife of William Jennings Bryan. Al Capone was in town that day, but was home in bed with the flu. Miami's mayor, E.G. Swell, presented Hoover with a key to the city and 2 new fishing rods. The parade ended at Bell Island, where Hoover would spend the next month as a guest in the home of the department store magnate J.C. Penney. The Penney Mansion was simple yet elegant. It was 3 stories tall and built of white limestone, with overhanging eaves of sun-faded, apricot-colored tiles. A rich frieze of red and brown skirted the roof. Like every home on the island, it had its own boat dock and broad views of Biscayne Bay. When he wasn't fighting sailfish from the deck of a borrowed yacht, Hoover answered mail and continued making plans for the reform of government. His thoughts returned again and again to prohibition, which he referred to as a cloud over all our problems. Years later, in composing his memoirs, he would write, "I should have been glad to have humanity forget all about strong alcoholic drinks. They are moral, physical, and economic curses to the race. But in the present stage of human progress, this vehicle of joy could not be generally suppressed by the federal law." As Hoover saw it, the nation's cities and states had given up almost entirely on holding citizens to the law. Even the states that had most aggressively sought the ban on alcohol had gradually abandoned the law's enforcement, leaving it to the overmatched federal government. E.B. White, a new writer at The New Yorker, who later wrote Charlotte's Web and other classic books, joked that the government could fix the problem by taking control of speakeasies. "In that manner," he wrote, "the citizenry would be assured liquor of a uniformly high quality, and the enormous cost of enforcement could be met by the profits from the sale of drinks." Not since slavery had a moral, legal, and ethical issue so thoroughly engrossed the American public. It was the favorite topic of barbershop debates and Sunday sermons. It divided husbands and wives, sisters and brothers, bosses and workers. It was the rare piece of public policy that touched almost every adult life almost every day. Hoover liked to think of himself as government's Mr. Fix-It, but he knew he would have a difficult time fixing this problem. Bootleggers, moonshiners, and still owners were pumping money into police departments and city councils across the land, corrupting all they touched. Anyone with 25 cents in his pocket could get a drink virtually anywhere and any time he wanted. Jails were overcrowded, and court dockets were as slow and unreliable as 100-year-old plumbing. Clogs and leaks made it simple for lawyers to game the system, so that even convicted criminals managed to postpone or completely dodge their prison sentences by stalling for time. Why not simply scrap the law and admit it had done more harm than good? Most congressmen wouldn't think of it. They didn't want to capitulate. They didn't want to let their political opponents cast them as supporters of sin. Of course, there was one final reason that federal lawmakers weren't in too great a hurry to repeal prohibition. Like so many others, they were having no difficulty getting their booze. Bootleggers roamed the halls of Congress and kept crates of liquor in the cellars of the Senate and House of Representatives. In Hoover's case, though, it seemed to be more a matter of pride. The law was the law, and it ought to be made to work, he believed. Corruption was everywhere, but as Hoover well understood, Chicago had an especially pronounced problem. Chicago had produced Al Capone. It had planted him and watered him and fertilized the ground around him and watched him grow. Chicago had given him everything he had wanted, and now he was so big that the city was helpless to stop him. Profligacy seemed stamped on the city like a lurid tattoo. It was the first thing, sometimes the only thing, people talked about when they discussed the second city. When a tourist or businessman returned home after a trip to the city by the lake, his friends could be counted on to joke, "Where are your bullet holes?" or "Did you see Scarface Capone?" By 1929, gangsters were the subjects of a growing number of books and movies, many of them modeled, at least partially, on Capone. The most popular among them was Little Caesar, a novel by W.R. Burnett, which would soon become a movie starring Edward G. Robinson as the gang kingpin Rico Bandello. Writers and directors in the late 1920s presented these gangsters in much the same way Horatio Alger presented his heroes, urban success stories, heirs to the legacy of Benjamin Franklin and Andrew Carnegie, ambitious men willing to take great risks in pursuit of wealth and power, entrepreneurs whose tools of the trade just happened to be Tommy guns. That's why the writer Fred Paisley, in publishing the first Capone biography in 1930, subtitled it The Biography of a Self-Made Man. Wrote Paisley, Capone was to revolutionize crime and corruption by putting both on an efficiency basis and to instill into a reorganized gangland firm business methods of procedure. In a country built on raw-boned capitalism, what could be wrong with that? But to Hoover, who understood a few things about efficiency and organization, the celebration of Capone's talents was galling. Capone stood for everything Hoover opposed, beginning with bootlegging, but hardly ending there. And if the president-elect needed any reminder of Capone's growing stature in American culture, all he needed do was look across Biscayne Bay. Capone's home on Palm Island sat less than a mile away from Hoover's borrowed place on Bell Island. Did their fishing boats ever pass under a mid-afternoon's sun? Did their paths cross in the lobby of the Biltmore Hotel? Did members of their respective entourages rub elbows at the racetrack? One report, written years later, claimed that Hoover complained of noise from a party at the Capone house. Though Capone did throw several big parties that winter, and though it's conceivable that the racket could have reached the president-elect if the wind had been blowing the right way, the story seems apocryphal. When Hoover wasn't on a boat, his every move was covered by newspapermen and movie camera operators, and Capone was getting a fair bit of attention at the time, too. If a party thrown by America's best-known gangster had disturbed the sleep of America's president-elect, the story probably would have been picked up by one of the reporters camped on Bell Island. Nonetheless, in the years ahead, Hoover would pay a great deal of attention to Capone, far more, probably, than either man liked. Capone made it known upon his arrival in Miami in the early days of 1929 that he intended to stay indefinitely, and not just because he liked the weather. The beer business back in Chicago was getting tougher. The cops were cracking down again, in large part because the city fathers were planning a World's Fair to honor the city's centennial. The 100th anniversary wouldn't come until 1937, but Big Bill Thompson wasn't going to let a little thing like the Gregorian calendar keep him waiting. The city needed a boost, fast. It needed something to remind the world that the machine gun was not Chicago's only cultural contribution. So the decision was made to celebrate the centennial in 1933, which meant preparations would begin at once, and part of those preparations included yet another shakeup of the police department. A new line of politically appointed chiefs and detectives came to power, and some old ones returned to the fight. Business leaders with strong connections in Washington were urged to lobby for more federal crime-fighting muscle for Chicago. The city had but 4 years to turn around its reputation, or else risk scaring off tourists who might come for the fair. As the city's crackdown began, suburban bootleggers such as Roger Toohey who boasted of making the best beer in northern Illinois, were flourishing, while city-based gangs struggled. Gangs displayed less respect for turf lines. The rackets were big business now and tended to be run by the same men who ran the bootlegging, but not all the players were the same. There were unions involved, some of them quite strong and quite hostile to the intervention of gangsters. On top of all that, tempers in Little Italy were still hot over the battle for control of the Unione Siciliana. So hot that New York City police were making a much greater effort than usual to find the men responsible for the murder of Frankie Yale. So hot that Tony Lombardo's successor as president of the Unione, Pasqualino Patsy Lolordo, lasted only 4 months on the job. Lolordo, whose brother Tony had been of dubious service as bodyguard to Lombardo, was at home one afternoon, January 8, 1929, in his flat over a harness shop, when 3 men knocked at the door. They came in, sat down in Lollardo's well-appointed living room, and raised 4 wine glasses in a toast to his health, before ruining it with a bunch of bullets. It was, as the Chicago writer Walter Noble Burns put it, an amazingly friendly murder. By one account, Lolordo was the 15th man to die in the war for control of the Unione. Lolordo's wife identified Joe Aiello as one of the friendly men who'd been drinking with her husband before his death. Other reports said the killers were Bugs Moran's men. The killing was done in daylight. The killers presumably left fingerprints all over their cocktail glasses, and Mrs. Lolordo claimed that she got a good look at them as they ran past her on the way out of her house. The cops said they agreed with Lolordo's wife that it looked like the work of Joe Aiello and his men, and yet, as usual, the crime was never officially solved. The Herald and Examiner summed up the news with the opening paragraph of one story on the Lolordo attack. Forecast for Chicago: more gang murders. Though Capone was no doubt concerned about the war for the Unione, he was not exactly leading the life of an outcast or a wanted criminal. When he wasn't on the phone to Jack Guzik in Chicago, keeping tabs on business there, or consulting with his lawyers, he dined in fine restaurants, gambled heavily at the Hialeah Park racetrack, and entertained his guests aboard fishing vessels in the Caribbean. Capone loved the company of men. He liked to smoke and drink and talk and bet. If he also loved the company of beautiful women, as might have been expected for a man of his wealth and fame, he hid it well. He was never photographed in the company of a woman other than his wife. For that matter, he wasn't seen in May's company very often either. Even as federal agents began to pick up his trail in the early part of 1929, as part of the ongoing investigation of business interests and income tax liability, no witnesses ever reported seeing the boss with a woman. Capone's winter vacation in Miami started badly, though. Sonny got the flu, and then Al got it, too. The virus hit him so hard that 2 nurses were hired to provide constant care, and a Miami doctor named Samuel D. Light was called to the house 16 or 17 times over the course of 9 days. Eventually, Capone's doctor was brought from Chicago to Miami to look after him. By the middle of January, he had at last made a full recovery. He began visiting the Hialeah Park racetrack nearly every day it was open. At Hialeah, he would slide a $10 bill into the palm of the parking attendant to make sure his car was looked after, then find a seat in one of the boxes near the front of the grandstand. Betting on the horses was illegal in Florida, but some tracks had developed a new system called the buying option, which allowed interested parties to purchase stock in the horse he expected to win a race. If the horse did in fact win, the stockholder received a dividend in line with the odds the horse had faced. If the horse lost, the stockholder's investment was wiped out. This was January 1929. The stock market was booming most of the time, and horse racing benefited by mimicking the workings of the U.S. stock exchanges. On February 2nd, 1929, Capone and 3 pals chartered a seaplane for a day trip from Miami to Bimini in the Bahamas. 6 days later, aboard the SS New Northland, Capone sailed for Nassau in the Bahamas, where he remained for nearly a week. Accompanying him were his brother Albert, Bites, who had only a marginal involvement in his criminal activities, Philip DeAndrea, a former trucker who made the transition to bootlegging and became one of Capone's top bodyguards, Fred Gerton, a Miami newspaper editor, Kenneth Phillips, a local physician who had consulted with Capone's doctor from Chicago during Capone's bout with the flu, and William Maccabee, a big-time gambler. Given the presence of Capone's doctor, the newspaper editor, and Al's brother Bites, who never got into any serious trouble, it would appear that the trip was recreational. On February 11th, Hoover traveled to Fort Myers, Florida, to help celebrate the 82nd birthday of his friend Thomas Edison. The titan of automobiles, Henry Ford, and the titan of automobile tires, Harvey Firestone, joined the party, as did the inventor's neighbors. But Hoover declined a request from Fort Myers officials to participate in a parade, saying he didn't want his presence to distract from the birthday festivities. Nearly 50 years after filing the patent on his revolutionary light bulb, the Wizard of Menlo Park still looked sprightly and still spoke of his ongoing experiments. He wore a black 3-piece suit with a bow tie. While there was no entertainment at the party, some of his favorite musicians performed songs in his honor during a national radio broadcast, and Edison tuned in throughout the day. After showing President-elect Hoover and his other guests around his property, he walked briskly inside to meet a group of reporters and answer their questions. His hearing was bad, so the reporters submitted their questions in writing, and Edison barked his answers. "We don't know a millionth of 1% about anything," he remarked in an answer to a question about the future of scientific discovery. When asked if the Hoover administration would bring greater national prosperity, Edison replied simply, "Yes." After bidding farewell to Edison, the president-elect had intended to spend the day fishing for tarpon off the coast of Fort Myers, but he was turned back by strong winds and choppy seas and forced to return to Miami. Capone returned to Miami Beach the same day as Hoover, February 12th. It's not clear if the weather forced Capone to cut short his trip too, or if he had planned to be back by the 12th all along. Most of his time in Miami was unstructured. He went to the track when he felt like it, took off on fishing trips with little or no warning, and went to see the prize fights in Miami Beach whenever there was one worth watching. But this time, he had an appointment to keep. Louis Goldstein, a hard-hitting assistant district attorney from Brooklyn, was coming down to Florida to ask Capone a few questions about the slaying of Frankie Yale. The meeting was set for St. Valentine's Day, February 14th. Chapter 25. St. Valentine's Day. Back in Chicago, the early morning skies were gray, and the air was cold and snappish. A light snow powdered the city's sidewalks, windowsills, and rooftops. Bakers, candy merchants, and florists woke earlier than usual to prepare for the expected crush of customers. At the stately Hotel Sherman, the catering crew began setting up tables for the big St. Valentine's Day party thrown every year by the Kiwanis Club. Children put the finishing touches on cards for their classmates before leaving for school. Of course, not everyone was thinking about hugs and kisses that morning. Over at the Cook County Jail, guards prepared for the midnight execution of 3 convicted killers. On LaSalle Street, bankers and stockbrokers, whiplashed the day before by stock prices that plummeted and only partially recovered, nervously watched their stock tickers as trading began in New York. And inside a humdrum garage at 2122 North Clark Street, an unusually large gathering of Bugs Moran's men came together for purposes unknown. Except for a single white light bulb dangling from the ceiling, the big SMC Cartage Company garage on North Clark Street was dark, the parked trucks and cars almost lost in the vast shadowed spaces. A little bit of light filtered through the grimy front window, but it barely made a dent in the darkness or the cold. It was a facility meant for vehicles, not humans, and the presence of only one small table and a few chairs would suggest that it was unusual for so many men to congregate there at the same time. The Moran gang used the garage to park and repair trucks and store booze, but it was not a hangout. The men arrived at the garage for a meeting, not for camaraderie, and certainly not to exchange valentines. Inside the garage were 7 men. Johnny May, dressed in greasy brown coveralls, was lying on his back under a jacked-up truck repairing a wheel. He was a former safe-blower hired by Moran as an auto mechanic and one of the countless Chicagoans who could thank Prohibition and the bootlegging business for giving him a good, steady, and relatively safe career. May lived with his wife, his 7 kids, and a dog named Highball, who was tied by leash to the axle of the car May was trying to fix. 6 more men milled about, trying to stay warm in the unheated garage. There were the Gusenberg brothers, Frank and Peter, 2 of the city's most troublesome goons, James Clark, real name Albert Kachelik, a convicted armed robber and a reputed killer, Adam Heyer, a.k.a. Frank Snyder, an accountant and embezzler, Albert Weinshank, a nightclub owner and a newly appointed official of the Cleaners and Dyers Association, and an optometrist named Reinhard H. Schwimmer, who hung around the Moran boys mostly so he could brag to friends about his underworld connections. These were some of Moran's top men, with the exception of the mechanic and the optometrist, and they were well-dressed this morning in expensive suits, ties, tie-pins, and street shoes. One of them wore a carnation. Moran, who lived little more than a block away at the Parkway Hotel, may have been on his way, too. All of this suggested that the men had not come to the garage to unload crates of whiskey. This was a meeting of higher purpose, or at least a rendezvous that would lead them to an appointment elsewhere. At about 10 that morning, Elmer Lewis steered his Nelson Limoon delivery truck through Chicago's north side. The wind blew snow dust across his windshield, and the big steering wheel shook in his hands as he navigated the slippery pavement along Clark Street. Watching the road and scanning for the address of his delivery, he almost didn't notice the black Cadillac peeling out from Webster Place, which ran perpendicular to Clark until it was too late. He slammed on the truck's mechanical brakes, but he couldn't avoid a collision. His truck's left front bumper clipped the sedan's left rear fender. Lewis pulled to the curb and stopped. When he got a good look at the Cadillac, he became frightened. It looked like a police car, with curtains covering the rear windows. One could never be sure in Chicago, because cop cars weren't clearly marked. But this one had a bell on the driver's side running board, which was usually a pretty reliable gauge, and detectives sometimes drove caddies. There were 4 or 5 men in the car. Lewis wasn't sure. The driver was not in uniform. He had on a fancy chinchilla topcoat and a gray fedora, but he still could have been a detective. Lewis never found out. He got out of his truck and walked toward the Cadillac, but the driver waved him off. The caddy zoomed up the street full of 2- and 3-story brick buildings, past a drugstore, a barber shop, and boarding houses, and stopped in front of the SMC Cartage Company. It was about 10:30 a.m. as the men got out of the car and entered the garage through the front door. There were 4 or 5 of them, depending on which eyewitness accounts were to be believed. 2 of them wore police uniforms, and 2 or 3 wore street clothes. The cold air in the garage smelled of truck tires, engine grease, and gasoline. The temperature outside held at about 18 degrees, and inside wasn't much better. If Moran's gangsters were worried by the new arrivals, they didn't show it. Most of the Moran men were armed, but no one reached for his weapon. Maybe they had been expecting the company. Maybe they knew their guests. Or maybe, seeing 2 men in police uniform, they decided to play it cool and see what had prompted the visit. Experienced gangsters such as these men were not unaccustomed to dealing with the cops. There was no reason to overreact. If it was money the cops wanted, Moran's men had plenty of it. But this visit wasn't about money. The intruders raised their weapons, 2 Tommies and 2 12-gauge shotguns, and ordered Moran's men to move away from the doors and windows. They lined them up shoulder to shoulder against the wall on the garage's northern side. To the left of them stood a table with a hot plate, a coffee pot, and a couple of boxes. To the right of them sat a beat-up truck with a tarp stretched over its bed. They were made to face the wall. What happened next took no more than 2 minutes. The armed men raised their guns. In a haze of sprayed machine gun fire, brick dust, and smoke, 7 men were viciously executed. Bullets tore through flesh and sinew and lodged in the wall. Shells pinged to the ground and spun. Bodies fell like bowling pins every which way. Blood, dark as motor oil, surged across the cold concrete floor and slid thickly down a drain. Some men died instantly, some gasped briefly for air. Out on Clark Street, neighbors heard popping noises, which some took for the sound of a backfiring car. Others heard the desperate howling of a dog. A few of them peered out of their windows in time to see men leaving the garage and getting into a car. It looked as if 2 cops were leading 2 or 3 other men into a Cadillac police car, possibly at gunpoint, the witnesses said. The Cadillac sped south on Clark Street, zigzagging to avoid a trolley car, and disappeared from view somewhere around Armitage Avenue, a wide residential street of thick-set trees and tall, handsome homes. One of the neighbors walked over to the garage and pushed open the door. He saw smoke and smelled gunpowder. He saw hideously mutilated bodies on the floor and inhaled the nauseating stench of blood. Smoke still hung in the air. The dog Highball was still howling, driven to a frenzy by the thunderous noise and the bloody scent of the freshly slain. Pete Gusenberg was lying farthest west, slumped over a chair, bloodied head and shoulders on the seat of the chair. Next to him on the floor was Wineshank, who had toppled straight back, arms by his sides, blood spurting from his eyes and nose, his hat perched tidily on his chest. Next to Wineshank was Hire, whose scarf flowed from his neck in the same direction as the blood flowing from his cracked head. Next to Hire lay the mechanic May, who was flat on the floor with a splintered skull and a mass of his own brain tissue sitting next to his face. Next to May was the optometrist Schwimmer, his hat still on. Clark's body lay at the feet of the others along the wall, face down in a warm, spreading puddle of blood, cartilage, and nerve tissue. The 7th victim, Frank Gusenberg, gurgling blood, was still alive. "Who is it?" the wounded man asked when he heard someone enter the garage. "I just come in to help you out," the neighbor said, according to his testimony to police and reporters. The neighbor then raced outside and shouted for someone to call the police. Sergeant Thomas J. Loftus, a veteran of the 36th District Station, responded to the call first, reaching the garage at about 10:45 a.m. In 38 years on the force, he had never seen anything like this. No one had. He moved a bunch of neighbors away from the bodies and told one of his colleagues to call for help. Then he spotted Frank Gusenberg, shot 14 times, entrails soaking his woolen suit and still breathing. One newspaper account said that Gusenberg staggered over to Loftus and collapsed into his arms. Others said Gusenberg remained on the floor, trying in vain to crawl away from the grotesque scene. "Do you know me, Frank?" the sergeant asked. "Yes, you're Tom Loftus," the gangster said between gulps of air. Then Gusenberg added, "I won't talk," as if he knew from experience the copper's next question. But after sucking more air, he did talk, briefly. "Cops did it," Gusenberg said. Loftus pressed for details, but got none. "For God's sake," said Gusenberg, "get me to a hospital." He got to the hospital, but it didn't matter. He died there, still not talking. In Miami, Capone sat in a Dade County office building wearing a checkered sport jacket, white flannel trousers, and a white fedora. He had arrived for an interview with Louis Goldstein, the prosecutor from Brooklyn. Also present were Dade County's in-house attorney, Robert Taylor, and the county sheriff, M.P. Lehman. Ruth Gaskin, a stenographer, took down every word. Capone was so confident that he came without an attorney, but he may have regretted his decision when the first questions came not from Goldstein, but from Taylor, the Dade County solicitor. "Do you remember when you first met Parker Henderson?" Taylor asked as the session began. "About 2 years ago," Capone answered. "That was when he was running the Ponce de Leon Hotel?" "Yes." "Can you remember who was staying there with you that winter?" "I don't like to disclose their names unless you tell me what this is all about," the interrogator persisted. "I don't remember," Capone said. "Under what name did you register?" "My own name." "You didn't register under the name of A. Costa?" "No." "You left money with Henderson, $1,000 to $5,000 at a time, didn't you?" "I don't remember." "You didn't receive any money by Western Union from Chicago?" "I don't remember." "I'll try to find out." Capone had been expecting questions about the murder of Frankie Yale, not about his finances. He grew defensive. "Then you keep a record of your money transactions?" "Absolutely." "How long has Dan Saratella been living with you?" "He's not living with me. He's just a friend of mine." "How much did you give Parker Henderson to buy your home?" $50,000. "Was that in cash?" "Yes." "Besides gambling, you're a bootlegger, aren't you?" "No, I was never a bootlegger." "Do you know Jake Guzik?" "Yes." "What does he do?" "He fights," Capone answered with a chuckle. "And do you know anybody who sent you money under the name of A. Costa?" "No." "But you did receive it from Chicago?" "That is correct. All of it comes from Chicago, from my gambling business." "Are you going to buy Cat Key?" a small island in the Bahamas. "I don't know. I don't think I will get it." "How much do they want for it?" $500,000. "Who is Mitchell of Oak Park, Illinois? He called your home 3 times on January 20th. Police in Chicago and Cicero had run a series of raids on pool halls, casinos, and brothels that day, which might explain why someone in Oak Park would have needed to speak to the boss. "He commissions money on racetracks for me." "Did you get any money from Charlie Fischetti while you were staying at the Ponce de Leon?" "Henderson said you received various sums from $1,000 to $5,000. "What has money got to do with it?" With that, Capone may have finally understood that the interviewer was more interested in his income tax liability than his suspected role in the Yale assassination. Perhaps Capone had dropped his guard because no representative of the Bureau of Internal Revenue had been present. By the time Capone finished his interview, news of the massacre in Chicago was spreading like flames through dry timber. Huge, block-lettered headlines screamed across the top of every paper in Chicago. The Herald and Examiner's writer topped his story with, "Chicago gangsters graduated yesterday from murder to massacre." The article continued succinctly, powerfully, and accurately. "They killed 7 men in a group. There was just a few seconds of machine gun and shotgun fire. Then 6 of them lay dead and the 7th was dying. It was like the precise work of the Mexican army, or like the assassination of Tsar Nicholas and his family." All over the country the bloodletting made page 1 news. The black and white photos accompanying the stories, showing a tangle of bodies and pools of blood, were among the most graphically violent ever to appear in the American press. In one image, The mechanic John May's brain was clearly visible, lying in a creamy lump against his left cheek. Chicago may have already been known as the nation's gangland murder capital, but this crime was shocking even by Chicago standards. It was not only because of the number of men murdered all at once, but also because of the cold-blooded manner in which they were gunned down. Almost instantly it became known as the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. Capone, still feeling cocky, would brag that he had an airtight alibi. He had a sheriff, a prosecutor, a Dade County attorney, and a stenographer to prove his whereabouts. But it didn't matter. This crime stirred people in a way they had seldom been stirred before. From coast to coast, people seemed suddenly to be reaching the conclusion that a line had been crossed, that the violence had become too much to bear, that the experiment known as Prohibition had blown up once and for all. Herbert Hoover's letters and diaries offer no clues about when he became aware of the Valentine's Day Massacre. He spent the day at the Penny Mansion on Bell Island, where he had 16 meetings scheduled prior to lunch. He posed for a portrait that would hang in New York City's Union League Club, led a meeting on tax policy, and gave several interviews. That afternoon he did some fishing, and that evening he dined with Charles Lindbergh. If he spoke of the horrific crime in Chicago, none of the newspapermen who met him reported it. It would soon become clear, however, that the president-elect was paying attention. The day after the assassination, Hoover administration officials announced that the new president would appoint 400 more federal prohibition agents and would ask Congress for an additional $2.5 million in prohibition enforcement funding. A consensus was beginning to emerge, both in Chicago and Washington, that Capone and his type had to be stopped. Part 3. Capone Falling. Chapter 26. An Unsolved Crime. 2 days after the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, Capone threw a party at his home on Palm Island, hosting 80 guests with the prodigality of a Medici, as one writer put it. 2 heavyweight fighters, Jack Sharkey and William Young Stribling, were preparing for a big bout at Flamingo Park in Miami. Jack Dempsey was promoting the event. Walter Winchell, Babe Ruth, and Connie Mack would be ringside. With Miami's economy in a depression, the result of cratering real estate prices and recent hurricane damage, the city needed big sporting events like this one to boost its image and pump cash into local businesses. Capone did his part. He encouraged friends from New York and Chicago to come down for the fight. He took them to nightclubs and invited them to splash in his pool. He organized fishing trips. He hosted a boxing exhibition at his home. He even granted an interview to a reporter who showed up, seemingly unannounced, on Palm Island. Greeting the newspaperman, Capone climbed out of his swimming pool and wrapped himself in a bathrobe. "I am sick and tired of publicity," he said, with no hint of irony, in a story that would appear in hundreds of newspapers across the country. "I want no more of it. It puts me in a bad light. I just want to be forgotten." He was asked if he always carried a weapon. He answered, "I am a peaceable citizen. No, I do not carry a gun. If I did, I would be breaking the law, and I am not breaking the law." Capone said he had no idea who had killed Moran's men in Chicago. He said he still kept tabs on his dog track and other business interests in Illinois, but he gave the writer the impression that he was otherwise not all that engaged in day-to-day affairs back home. He seemed to be a man in transition. He volunteered that he had recently purchased 35 acres of land in St. Petersburg. Beyond that, his attention was focused on the poor health of his boy Sonny, who was 10 years old. Sonny had recently undergone another operation for mastoiditis, an infection that caused swelling and pain behind the ear. Capone talked about the fact that he had never had much education and how badly he wanted to see Sonny go to college. On the subject of the upcoming prize fight, which was what had prompted the reporter's visit after all, Capone predicted Stribling would win, although he admitted that his hunches had not paid off lately. At Hialeah, he said, he had recently lost $27,500 on a single race. The reporter finished his story, intent on making his subject seem more mysterious. One leaves the dark-complexioned, heavy-set Capone with the feeling that here is a man who is an enigmatic, a man who nobody knows, not even his closest intimates. It was a common theme among Capone's chroniclers. None tried to interview his closest intimates. None tried to get a word with his wife or mother. Capone did everything possible to make himself accessible, to answer questions, and to promote the illusion that he led something resembling an ordinary American life, even as he complained that he was sick of all the publicity, while the newsmen did everything possible to make him seem dark and mysterious. Meanwhile, in Chicago, George Johnson called the St. Valentine's Day Massacre the most amazing crime in Chicago's amazing criminal history. Detectives, federal law enforcement officers, and newspapermen blanketed the city's north side, talking to neighbors, searching for the killer's black Cadillac, trying to make sense out of what had happened. Nobody knew. Sure, Capone might have wanted to hurt Moran, given their competing interests in booze and gambling, but Moran also had trouble with rivals in the dry-cleaning rackets, and, for that matter, he was not on the best of terms with Joe Aiello. Besides, Moran wasn't even in the garage at the time of the killing. There remained a strong possibility that the massacre had nothing to do with him whatsoever. Maybe the killers were gunning for the Goosenbergs, who certainly had plenty of enemies, or maybe the motive was something much simpler altogether, revenge for a hijacking. Every hour, more clues and more theories emerged among cops and newspaper reporters until no one could possibly keep them straight. Only a handful of facts seemed solid. Police learned that a phone call was received at the garage 10 minutes before the shooting. The call came from a phone booth at the Webster Hotel, a little more than a block away at 2150 Lincoln Avenue. There seemed to be no dispute about that. It would have been easy for the killers to make the call, get in their car, and drive to the garage in 10 minutes or less. It seemed clear that the men there had been expecting company. Why else would so many of them have come together, so smartly dressed, in the cold, dank garage? Why else would there be coffee set out on the table? Why else would they have failed to draw their weapons when their assassins came in the door? Investigators initially pursued the simplest and most obvious of all possible explanations, that Frank Goosenberg had been right in blaming the cops. If Moran's men had double-crossed police officers, retaliation would have been inevitable. The investigators quickly dispensed with that theory, though, announcing that Goosenberg must have been mistaken and that the men in uniform must have been imposters. The investigators never said why they decided this. Their next theory was that the murder had been the work of the Purple Gang, an outfit from Detroit, acting in retaliation for the recent hijacking of a $50,000 truckload of whiskey. A woman who ran a boarding house across from the garage on Clark Street was said to have identified photographs of 3 members of the Purple Gang who had rented a room, presumably so they could watch for the arrival of Moran's men. Then came the notion that the killing might have been connected to a vicious aldermanic election in the 24th Ward, where Capone supported one candidate and Moran another. Investigators also considered the possibility that the killing was tied to the fight for control of the dry-cleaning rackets. Albert Weinshank, one of the dead men, was a central figure in the laundry business. Police also listed Moran himself as a suspect. The gang boss was seen driving past the garage at about the time of the murder. Why didn't he go in? Was it possible that he had tired of the Goosenbergs' insubordination and decided to get rid of them? It was possible, but police weren't sure, so they considered one possibility after another. They searched for Machine Gun Jack McGurn on the hunch that he was always a strong suspect when multiple shots were fired in Chicago. He had been feuding of late with the Goosenbergs. The cops also searched for Sam Giancana, a 23-year-old hitman who had been firing and ducking a lot of bullets recently. They searched for Rocco Finelli, another Capone underling, probably out of pure habit. After 5 days of hopping from one theory to another, police officials reverted to their original notion, saying they had new evidence suggesting that the killing had been the work of police officers. Moran's gang had stolen a truckload of liquor from a cop, according to a story in the Chicago Evening Post, and the cop had retaliated. The Evening Post quoted a witness who said that the car seen in front of the garage was a police squad automobile beyond any doubt. It even had a gun rack fastened on the rear of the front seat. John Steig, deputy police commissioner, had probably investigated more murders than anyone in Chicago. If he hadn't solved many of them, it wasn't entirely his fault. He was in Miami at the time of the St. Valentine's Day massacre, although it's not clear if he attended the Sharkey-Stribling fight or if he ran into Capone at any time. He interrupted his vacation and came back to Chicago to help lead the investigation. "It seems funny to me," he announced upon his return, "that all of the big men in this gang escaped. Just suppose that some of Moran's lesser men had been double-crossing him, dealing with a rival booze-peddling outfit, and suppose Moran found it out. What would Moran do? Think it over." A week after the crime, cops found a stripped-down, burned-out Cadillac that may have been the one used in the St. Valentine's Day massacre. But it didn't help them much. The investigation was still going in circles. "I can name 50 motives for this crime," complained David Stansbury, the lead investigator for the state's attorney's office. "But no one stands out as being important enough to be called the probable cause of the murders. If we could eliminate all theories but the true one and concentrate on that, we could solve this thing in a hurry." One would hope. The only thing Stansbury seemed fairly sure of was that Al Capone had not been involved. When police finally located McGurn, Machine Gun Jack didn't seem the least bit worried. "Me? Mixed up in that gang killing? Don't make me laugh. The Gusenberg boys would have plugged me if they saw me a block away. Even if I was dressed up in a police uniform, they would have recognized me. I would never have got past that garage door." He cheerfully informed investigators that he'd been at the Stevens Hotel in room 1919A with a woman the entire morning of February 14th. The woman in question was Louise Rolfe, forever after referred to in the press as the Blonde Alibi. Rolfe was the perfect image of a gangster's girl, long-legged, pouty-mouthed, and luscious, the kind of voluptuous siren who would drive even the toughest mug nuts. Indeed, now, with her moment in the spotlight, Rolfe turned on the charm. She flashed a smile, stuck to her story, and told anyone who would listen that her Jack was a true gentleman who wouldn't, and indeed didn't, hurt a fly. "I didn't even know about the murder until the afternoon papers were brought up to my room," said McGurn. No further evidence emerged to link Capone to the massacre. Asked by an Evening Post reporter for his own theory on who had killed Moran's men, McGurn did not hesitate. "It was coppers," he said flatly. "Some squad had been dealing with the Moran mob, and they had a fight about a booze deal. That's the answer." A good answer, too, although not a perfectly satisfying one. For starters, it didn't explain why the men had gathered in the garage that morning, why they were so well dressed, or why their boss, Bugs Moran, was not among them. If the cops had indeed wanted to kill Moran's men, why didn't they do it in the usual way, by arresting them, shooting them while in custody, and claiming subsequently that the men had tried to escape? Also, it would appear that at least 2 of the men killed, the mechanic Johnny May and the optometrist Reinhard H. Schwimmer, were merely peripheral members of the mob, accidental victims. For innocent men to have died, someone must have been acting in anger, with little time for or little interest in precision. Likewise, If Moran had wanted the Goosenbergs eliminated, it's difficult to fathom why he would have wiped out all the others. Nothing in Moran's history suggests that he was given to such rash behavior. The speed, fury, and thoroughness suggested the work of gangsters. Angry gangsters. The Purple Gang from Detroit could have done it. They had reason to seek revenge if the Moran men had hijacked their whiskey, and given that they were from Detroit, they probably would not have differentiated among members of the Moran mob. It's also possible, as police speculated at one point in the investigation, that Egan's Rats, a gang from St. Louis, came to Chicago to make the hit to settle a score on yet another hijacked shipment of booze. The Goosenbergs and their crew had ripped off so many bootleggers that there was no end to the list of suspects. Unfortunately, though, these hypotheses also were riddled with holes. If the attack was intended in retaliation for the theft of whiskey, why didn't the killers empty the pockets of their victims and recapture their lost revenue? The dead men had thousands of dollars in their pockets, and not a dime was taken. It didn't add up. There had to be another explanation, and there was, but it was not yet forthcoming. Chapter 27. The Most Sore Necessity of Our Times. The St. Valentine's Day Massacre fascinated and horrified the American public like no crime since that of Leopold and Loeb. For weeks, stories from Chicago ribboned the front pages of newspapers across the nation. But the news accounts began to frustrate readers as one lead after another evaporated. Crime stories were supposed to unfold like movies, with explosive openings, followed by the slow ratcheting of suspense, and then the satisfying resolution in which good triumphs over evil and the bad guys die or go to prison. In this case, though, there was no suspense and no resolution, just an endless drone of theories. As days turned to weeks and the crime went unsolved, blame gradually drifted to Capone. As the largest object in the gangster universe, dispersed matter tended to coalesce around him by force of nature. He wasn't exactly helping his own cause as he continued to dish out interviews. Walter Winchell, America's most popular newspaper columnist, reported just 2 weeks after the Valentine's Day attack that Scarface Capone may have retired, but his phone bill at Miami last weekend for Chicago and New York calls was $4.5 grand. Another New York newspaper man described Capone as one of the authentic big men of Miami now, receiving royalties on all the slot machines within 20 miles, and obviously on certain terms with the sheriff. Indeed, Capone had attained such prominence in the social order that some of the city's leading legitimate businessmen came to call. R.B. Burdine, owner of the city's biggest department store, and G.C. Stembler, an insurance salesman, visited Capone at 10 a.m. one day in early March. They sat down to breakfast. Champagne bottles were popped open. He had a colored man to do the serving, recalled Burdine. Only after the drinks began to flow did the department store owner bring up the purpose of his social call. He was looking for a donation to the community chest, a fund that local business leaders collected to boost their pet projects. Capone, no doubt pleased at being treated so respectfully by one of the city's elite, handed over a check for $1,000. Later, in light of sour publicity surrounding the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, the money was returned. Another newspaper article, filed at about the same time, claimed that Capone had already established firm control of the bulk of the city's underworld activities. The story, which appeared in papers across the country, listed no sources and contained few, if any, solid facts, but it showed how much of a bogeyman Capone was becoming. Scarface Al Capone may be the next boss of Greater Miami, the story read. The man who is reputed to have solidified the beer-running activities in Chicago and hooked up a nationwide chain with ramifications from New York to Los Angeles daily is becoming a factor in the life of America's greatest winter resort. Intelligence files from the Bureau of Internal Revenue show that agents looked into allegations that Capone had begun importing liquor from Cuba and the Bahamas, flying it into Eliot Key, the northernmost of the Florida Keys, and driving it north with a fleet of 30 cars and trucks. Agents examined Capone's phone records and found he was in contact with an interesting mix of political figures and criminals, including Glenn B. Skipper, a leading Republican Party official from Florida, a man identified only as Dr. Ford, Negro doctors said to sell narcotics, and Gertrude Webster, who was described as the Queen of Miami bootleggers and a sales agent for Bahama Island dealers. Still, the investigating agents concluded there was little evidence to support claims that Capone was involved as anything more than an investor in Miami booze-running operations. Back in Chicago, newspaper editorials and elected officials continued to blame police for the murder of the Moran mob members. Some writers claimed they had new, anonymous sources in the police department telling them that the crime was the work of at least 2 real cops, not just thugs in disguise. But even if police officers didn't perform the executions themselves, the stories said, the culture of corruption on the force and the lawlessness fomented by Prohibition had surely made the crime possible. In response, the department's leaders announced yet another campaign to shut down the city's vice dens. The speakeasy, the soft drink parlor, and the backstairs beer club are all rendezvous for the loafer, the thief, the thug, and are the only sources of income to the beer racketeer, the alcohol agent, and the wholesale bootlegger, said Cook County State's Attorney John A. Swanson. Those rascals will not linger in a community which does not support them. The Evening Post pointed out that the police would have to board up at least 10,000 speakeasies to carry out Swanson's order. Yet Swanson said he expected nothing less than full compliance. Cops who didn't heed his call, he warned, would find themselves behind bars. Police Commissioner William F. Russell echoed the remarks in an address to captains and deputy commissioners from all across the city, saying, "An unwavering drive against booze is to start the minute you leave this room. Booze running and booze selling must be wiped out in Chicago, wiped out to stay." He told his men to proceed forcefully but deliberately, making sure they gathered strong evidence and applied sound warrants for arrest so that charges would be made to stick. "It's a war to the finish," Russell said. Chicago cops had heard this sort of talk before, but nothing had ever changed. As long as Chicagoans wanted to drink, they would find thousands of speakeasies ready to serve them, in the neighborhoods where they lived and on the blocks where they worked. If Swanson and Russell hoped that anger over the St. Valentine's Day massacre would compel citizens to forswear alcohol, they had badly misread the public mood. Chicagoans were shocked by the crime, but not that shocked, and there's little evidence to suggest that even this hideous act of violence made the average citizen more concerned for his own safety. If it had been 7 school teachers, or even 7 loop lawyers mowed down by mobsters, it might have been different. But these were hoodlums, and Chicagoans were well accustomed to their violence and considered all of them seasoned murderers. The biggest worry seemed to be the effect of the crime on their city's image. "What a wonderful advertisement to be broadcast all over the world to boost Chicago for the World's Fair in 1933, wrote one sarcastic Chicagoan in a letter to the editor of the Tribune submitted the day after the massacre. Another letter writer reminded his fellow citizens that Chicago's bootleggers were a well-organized bunch who supplied a far better caliber of beer than the bootleggers in New York. "So let's give Saltis, Moran, Capone, and the others their due," he wrote. "They may war with one another, but they are extremely careful not to hurt any of the general public, perhaps in fear of losing a few customers." Others stressed that Prohibition was to blame for the killing, and that clamping down more firmly on drinking without making fundamental reforms in government would only lead to more violence. Religious leaders throughout the city blamed their flock for failing to take responsibility for their actions as violators of the prohibition law and enablers of the bootleggers responsible for so much carnage. "The world is not to be blamed if it believes Chicago unsafe," said Rabbi Gerson B. Levi of Temple Isaiah, Israel. "If we had read a news report from Moscow stating that 4 people had invaded a place of business, 2 of them wearing uniforms of policemen, and had shot down 7 persons, we would either assume that the Soviet government was implicated in the crime or that it was time that another government be established which could maintain order. Is prohibition working when in Chicago and other cities we have encouraged the formation and have paid indirectly for the maintenance of gangsters whose business it is to circumvent for supposedly respectable people this noble experiment of ours?" Yet while some pushed for tougher enforcement, others thought it best to give up entirely. In the Illinois legislature, a bill was introduced to cease enforcing liquor laws. Similar measures were proposed in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Missouri. The nation was more outraged than ever, but just as divided. On the morning of February 27, 1929, in Miami, a government process server delivered a subpoena to Capone, ordering him to appear before a federal grand jury on March 12, 1929, in Chicago, where he was wanted for questioning in an investigation of prohibition violations in Chicago Heights. That night, Capone, tuxedo-clad, attended the Sharkey-Stribling fight. He sat beside Jack Dempsey, who bent over to clean Capone's seat for him. Stribling won, just as Capone had predicted. Asked about the subpoena, Capone told reporters he would be happy to answer the government's questions, but he wasn't about to commit to appearing on March 12th. He would get around to it, he said, when he was finished with his vacation. As for the massacre, he said, "I wasn't mixed up in it, and neither were any of my men." 3 weeks after Valentine's Day, on March 4th, Herbert Hoover, rain lashing at his face, stood on the eastern portico of the U.S. Capitol and recited the oath of office, becoming the nation's 31st president. More than 200,000 visitors came to Washington, helping to form the largest crowd ever gathered thus far for a presidential inauguration. They stood on the streets under dripping, blowing umbrellas to catch a glimpse of their new president. Hoover, dressed in gray with a high, stiff collar, stepped to the podium with his 19-page typewritten speech clutched in one hand. He gazed out at an ocean of shiny black umbrellas and soggy gray hats. "My countrymen," he said in a monotone, beginning the first inaugural address carried nationwide by radio. "This occasion is not alone the administration of the most sacred oath which can be assumed by an American citizen. It is a dedication and consecration under God to the highest office and service of our people. I assume this trust in the humility of knowledge that only through the guidance of Almighty Providence can I hope to discharge its ever-increasing burdens. It is in keeping with tradition throughout our history that I should express simply and directly the opinions which I hold concerning some of the matters of present importance." Hoover went on for 30 minutes, speaking simply and directly, the only way he knew how, describing the many satisfactions enjoyed by Americans: a strong economy, a respected position of moral and military leadership in a peaceful world, a world-class system of education, and a level of poverty so scant that complete eradication of suffering and need seemed close at hand. But Hoover, being Hoover, he still preached caution. "The strong man must at all times be alert to the attack of insidious disease," he said, and went on to describe the most treacherous agent of that disease. "The most malign of all these dangers today is disregard and disobedience of law," he said. Crime is increasing. Confidence in rigid and speedy justice is decreasing. I am not prepared to believe that this indicates any decay in the moral fiber of the American people. I am not prepared to believe that it indicates an impotence of the federal government to enforce its laws. It is only in part due to the additional burdens imposed upon our judicial system by the 18th Amendment. The problem is much wider than that. While promising to remake the nation's criminal justice system and to strictly enforce the law, Hoover also asked Americans to help by ceasing their support for the nation's bootleggers and speakeasy operators. If you don't like prohibition, he said, work to change the law. But until the law is repealed, every American who drinks should recognize that he's abetting the gangsters and contributing to the spiritual decline of the nation. As for the gangsters, or those of criminal mind, as Hoover labeled them, it would not be necessary to ask them to obey the law. It was up to the government to make them obey it. Their activities must be stopped, he said. In conclusion, he said, I have no fears for the future of our country. It is bright with hope. One line captured best the spirit of his inaugural address. In no nation, he said, are the fruits of accomplishment more secure. As he finished, the rains grew heavier. Still, Hoover insisted on riding to the White House in an open car. He would not disappoint the thousands who had withstood the ghastly weather all morning to see him. He arrived at the White House soaked to his skin, but feeling fine. Capone's court date in Chicago came and went. He sent a note from his doctor saying that he'd been confined to bed for 6 weeks, beginning in mid-January, and that his illness had made travel impossible. I'm really an invalid, he told one reporter. For me to go north and face the raw winds and possible snow in Chicago would be too much of a risk. Besides, he said, there was no point in bringing him all the way to Chicago to ask questions he couldn't answer. Given how many newspaper interviews he had given and how many times he'd been photographed in those past 6 weeks, Capone's excuse seemed worse than weak. It seemed contemptuous. And that's exactly how it looked to U.S. Attorney George Johnson, who wrote to his superiors in the Justice Department and asked for help in launching an investigation that would bring contempt of court charges against Capone. Johnson made his plea to Mabel Willebrandt, an assistant attorney general, who forwarded the letter to the director of the Bureau of Investigation, John Edgar Hoover, who was no relation to the president. Only years later would he start calling himself J. Edgar. John Edgar Hoover was young, only 34, but he had the eyes of a much older man and seemed to have been around the Justice Department forever. When he took over the Bureau, it was a small, poorly organized agency with a lot of loose-cannon detectives running around answering to no one in particular. But young Hoover had an ambition that burned like a high fever and a toughness that surprised those who took him lightly. Immediately, he started cleaning house, firing the hacks and political appointees and replacing them with men who pledged their unwavering loyalty. He wanted energetic young men working for him, men who still lived with their mothers, as he did, if possible, because those men made work, not family, their priority. And he wanted men with expertise in accounting and law. With the new president taking office and promising to make crime control the focal point of his administration, John Edgar Hoover sensed an opportunity to expand his power and boost his stature within the administration. Quickly, he assigned agents to get down to Miami and check out the story about Capone's illness. They filled their notebooks with reports from people who had seen Capone at the track, on fishing trips, and at nightclubs, accounting for almost every day of his time in Miami, and discovered that Capone appeared to be in robust health. No one had seen him so much as sniffle or cough, and certainly he had not been stuck in bed. Johnson began preparing to have Capone arrested and charged with contempt of court. Capone's lawyers began negotiating, asking if Capone might be granted immunity if he agreed to talk about the crimes in Chicago Heights. Meanwhile, on March 20th, as Johnson, Willebrandt, and John Edgar Hoover were building their case, President Hoover met at the White House with a group of prominent Chicagoans, including Frank Lesh, president of the Chicago Crime Commission. The civic leaders asked the president to get personally involved in restoring civility to their city. They gave me chapter and verse for their statement that Chicago was in the hands of the gangsters, the president recalled years later in his memoirs, that the police and magistrates were completely under their control, that the governor of the state was futile, that the federal government was the only force by which the city's ability to govern itself could be restored. Hoover knew that most of Capone's crimes were local and none of the federal government's business. He knew that stopping Capone would not solve the nation's broader law enforcement problems, but he also knew that Capone, thanks to his great appetite for fame as much as for his villainous deeds, had made himself a leading symbol of lawlessness. Surely the president, an avid reader of newspapers, had noticed the attention paid in the press that winter to his Miami Beach neighbor. Probably no private citizen in American life, wrote the New York Times in reference to Capone, has ever had so much publicity in so short a period. The president knew that if the government could convict Capone, it would send a strong message that a new era had dawned, that such brazen criminality would no longer be allowed, and that the American system of law was bigger and stronger than even the biggest hoodlum. So he gave the order to the top officials in every relevant agency: Get Capone. The business leaders who had gone to the White House were elated with Hoover's response, and they pledged to do their part. They agreed to pick up the tab for activities that the federal agencies couldn't afford or wouldn't authorize, and they pledged to pay for the creation of a scientific crime laboratory, the nation's first, to see if new technology used to analyze bullets and guns could help determine who had been responsible for the St. Valentine's Day massacre. Hoover made no public announcement after his meeting with the businessmen from Chicago, but his Prohibition Commissioner, James M. Duran, announced to reporters that the Treasury Department would soon assign additional agents to certain cities, including Chicago, where enforcement had been lax. A massive assault would soon be underway. Not since the manhunt for John Wilkes Booth, Abraham Lincoln's killer, had so many resources been brought to bear in an attempt to jail one man. But the search for Booth had been short and relatively simple. It was just a matter of finding the man and dealing with him. In Booth's case, he died of a gunshot wound during his capture. Capone's crimes were more subtle, and he would prove to be a more elusive target. Chapter 28. The Brightest Days. Capone could have called it quits then. He could have taken off for the Bahamas or Havana. These were civilized places where a man could drink a highball without breaking federal law, as he coyly commented. They also were places where a man stood a pretty fair chance of dodging the law. He could have gone on the lam and never returned. Though he hardly could have realized it yet, the St. Valentine's Day massacre had changed everything for Capone. Before the bloodbath in the garage, he had been a well-known criminal. Now he was a star of the highest order, his name a synonym for gangster. The Tribune, in an editorial, noted that he had had most of the breaks and must regard his career as a success. Even the police attention is in a way flattering. Life has not held much out on Mr. Capone, and as he sees it, the brightest days are still ahead. Unfortunately for Squire Alphonse, as the Trib playfully called him, he had no clue that a vast and powerful machine was lining up to ensure that his best days were well behind him. After missing his court date, supposedly on account of his illness, Capone continued to bellyache about being forced to abandon his palmy environs, telling one reporter that the raw spring climate of Chicago at this time will be dangerous for one in my weakened condition. His lawyers appeared in federal court on March 10th in Chicago and asked for a delay of 30 days. The judge granted 10. Although the subpoena said Capone was wanted for questioning on charges related to bootlegging in Chicago Heights, the U.S. attorney had the power to ask him about anything. At the time, police investigating the massacre were focusing most of their attention on 4 of Capone's men: Jack McGurn, Fred Burke, Rocco Finelli, and John Scalise, and prosecutors wanted to see how much Capone knew about their connection to the slaying on North Clark Street. George Johnson promised that Capone will be handled like the hoodlum that he is, but he declined to say if the feds intended to arrest the gangster upon arrival. Finally, on March 20th, the hoodlum returned, and he did so with uncharacteristic stealth. No phone calls to reporters and no press conferences this time. Since the newspapers didn't know when he would appear, neither did the public, and there were no crowds gathered on the sidewalks around the courthouse. Wearing his trademark pearl gray fedora, Capone strolled into the federal courthouse through the rear entrance on Dearborn. Only after he reached Johnson's office did word reach the city's newsrooms that Capone had returned. Reporters scampered in pursuit and caught up to him outside Johnson's office. "How did you get here?" they asked, as if feeling snubbed. Capone said he and his brother Ralph had driven up from Florida and spent the night in Indiana. He said he had left his brother and a few pals on the other side of the state line and had come to town alone this morning. The reporters fired more questions. "I'd rather not talk," he kept saying politely, although he did let slip a few harmless comments and did agree to pose for a few photos with his attorneys, Ben Epstein and William Waugh. Capone looked good, snappily dressed, of course, but also tanned, well-fed, and with an easy smile on his face. He had lost hair and gained weight since his appearance in the same building 3 years earlier for the McSwiggan investigation, and the effect made him look older than his 31 years, but he still appeared rugged and hale, every bit in his prime, without a trace of gray hair or a wrinkle on his forehead. As word spread through the federal building and then out into the loop that the city's most famous figure had returned home at last to answer the government's questions, crowds began to cluster, first filling the halls of the courthouse and then crowding the sidewalks and streets around it. Police were called to help control the throng, which was estimated at about 1,500 people. Most of the gawkers were well-mannered. They were working men in suits and ties and hats. They hoisted no cameras, shouted no crude remarks. One asked for and received an autograph. But the rest wanted only to catch a glimpse so they could go home to dinner and tell their wives and children that they had seen the great Capone. "I ought to go into vaudeville," Capone said. "Look at the crowd I get. I seem to be a sort of freak." At one point, a custodian for the building came into the waiting room where Capone and his lawyers sat and reported that a gaggle of reporters was standing in the hall. He didn't want them there and wondered if Capone would consent to having his picture taken in the anteroom of George Johnson's office. Capone said to bring them in. A shuffle of footsteps came down the hall, and the anteroom filled. Capone turned his right cheek toward the cameraman and began to smile. He was still preening and smiling when Johnson heard the commotion and burst into the room. He shoved his toothpick frame past the photographers and stood in front of Capone. "Get out of here! Get out of here!" he shouted at the cameraman, angrier than anyone in the press corps had ever seen him before. "This isn't any photograph gallery for hoodlums." The photographers lowered their shoebox-sized cameras and turned to leave. "So long, boys!" Capone said with a laugh. Johnson went back into his office. He would keep the mob boss waiting. All day Capone sat, his lawyer's fees rising by the hour. If the tactic was intended to harass, it worked. Capone had hoped to answer Johnson's questions and head back to Miami. That wasn't happening. Lunch came. Capone retreated to his attorney's office on the 9th floor of the Marquette Building for a kosher corned beef sandwich and a glass of milk. And when he returned from lunch, he waited some more. After almost a full day spent waiting, late in the afternoon he was finally summoned to the grand jury room, where he answered questions for about 80 minutes. An assistant U.S. attorney announced that Capone had in fact been granted immunity in exchange for his testimony. No one outside the room would ever know what was asked or what he said, although one newspaper said Capone's answers were mostly, "I don't know," and "I don't remember." When it was over, Johnson ordered him to return 6 days later to answer more questions. Capone was furious. For another week he would have to remain in Chicago. For another week he would have to guess what Johnson was up to. Were the feds trying to tie him to the St. Valentine's Day massacre? Were they trying to get him for contempt of court on the suspicion that the note from his doctor had been bogus? Were they planning to ask him questions about his taxes? Capone read such speculation in the newspapers, but didn't know. Neither did his lawyers. They continued to say that their client had no connection to the slaying of Moran's men. They swore that he had truly been sick, and they further offered that if Johnson wanted to make an issue of Capone's tax debt, they would be happy to negotiate a payment. But Johnson wasn't showing his hand. The truth is that he didn't have enough evidence to bring charges of any kind against Capone. He had no proof that Capone was involved directly in any of the Chicago Heights bootlegging operations, and he knew that the Bureau of Internal Revenue had not made much progress in its investigation of Capone's tax liability. If Capone had filed false returns, a case could have been built quickly and easily, but Capone had filed no returns at all, which made matters more complicated. Johnson's best bet, he felt, was to charge Capone with contempt for failing to appear in court on March 6th. But he was politically astute enough to realize that arresting the nation's most infamous criminal for submitting a false note from his doctor would seem ridiculous, like locking up Jesse James for jaywalking. He needed more time and more evidence. For now, the best he could do was make Capone uncomfortable. Chicago was thawing out from another wicked winter. Chunks of bobbing ice on Lake Michigan grew smaller by the day, and mounds of soot-blackened snow melted from even the darkest alleys. The spring of 1929 was a time of great hope for most Chicagoans, the last great spring of hope they would enjoy for many years to come. The Cubs, now 20 years without winning a World Series, had picked up Rogers Hornsby, one of the game's old-time best players, and seemed like strong contenders for baseball's championship. 3 grand new structures, the Civic Opera House, Chicago Stadium, and the Palmolive Building, containing the city's most prestigious set of offices, were set to open. Planning for the big fair continued, too, of course. At the same time, the pursuit of Al Capone was becoming something of a local obsession, an entertainment for newspaper readers, a terrific career opportunity for the scribblers assigned to the story, and a booming industry for Hollywood screenwriters. For the law enforcement officials determined to stop the gangster, all the attention was embarrassing. While U.S. Attorney Johnson proceeded deliberately, others pushed for quicker action. Some of the city's business leaders thought Johnson was being too cautious, that the feds ought to take their best shot at Capone, even if it wasn't precisely aimed, just to score the public relations victory and to get him off the street. A few of them decided to see what they could do to speed things up. They sent for a man in New York who had recently quit his work as a doctor because he had become obsessed with guns. His name was Calvin Hooker Goddard. He was a slender man, his head pale and oval-shaped like an egg, and he wore wire-framed pince-nez spectacles. He had graduated with honors from Johns Hopkins Medical School, served as a first lieutenant in the Medical Reserve Corps during World War I, and returned to New York to teach medicine. But he'd always been fascinated with weapons, and in 1925 he quit teaching and signed on with Charles Waite, founder of the Bureau of Forensic Ballistics in New York. Waite believed, as did a number of scientists before him in Europe, that forensic ballistics would soon revolutionize police work. It was a simple concept. Waite and Goddard would examine two bullets simultaneously using a comparison microscope. If the bullets were marked with the same dents and grooves, they said, then it was a sure bet they came from the same gun. Forensic ballistics would revolutionize crime fighting in much the same way fingerprinting did, they said. But bullet identification had several advantages over fingerprinting. Fingerprints smudged and could easily be wiped away with a rag or a handkerchief. Bullet markings, on the other hand, were permanent and unchangeable. On the subject of bullets and shells and powder, Goddard told a convention of fingerprint identification experts in 1927, there ought not be any guesswork. It is so or it isn't so, and there are instruments that have been devised to bring out absolute proof one way or the other. But like so many trailblazers, Waite and Goddard had the right idea, but didn't know what to do with it. They tried selling their services to local law enforcement agencies, but the cops didn't like being humbled by these fast-talking New Yorkers with their fancy microscopes. They tried training police officers, but they found that most departments couldn't afford the new equipment needed to make use of the science and, in any case, didn't see the wisdom in taking cops off the street to give them science lessons. When Goddard and Waite did receive assignments, they often wound up working for nothing. Police departments called them in to help with cases and simply neglected to pay when they received the bills. When Waite died and other partners abandoned the work in frustration and poverty, Goddard plugged along, seemingly in despair. But then along came the St. Valentine's Day Massacre to give him the break he needed. Days after the incident in the North Clark Street garage, he received a call from Bert A. Massey, a member of the coroner's jury and president of the Colgate-Palmolive Company, asking Goddard to come to Chicago at once to investigate the killing. He would have unlimited access to the evidence gathered by police and the coroner, and all his expenses would be paid by Massey and another Chicago businessman, Walter E. Olson, owner of the Olson Rug Company. Goddard packed his microscope and boarded a train for Chicago. Upon arrival, Goddard asked to see the evidence. 70 empty shells were recovered from the floor of the garage. He examined them one at a time, scratching numbers on the inside and outside of each shell so he could keep them carefully organized. He knew from marks on the shells that they had all been fired from .45 caliber automatic weapons, and that the weapons had all been of the same make. Figuring out the make was easy. Only 2 American-made weapons held such shells, the Colt automatic pistol and the Thompson submachine gun. But the tiny dents on the shell heads were so deep that only the super-fast bolt of a machine gun could have produced them. So Goddard concluded that all the shells had come from Tommies. Then he studied the lines scratched in the shells and detected 2 different patterns. That told him 2 Tommy guns had been used. 50 bullets had come from one of them, 20 from the other. In all likelihood, he noted, one of the gunmen had loaded his machine gun with a 50-shot drum, while the other had loaded a smaller 20-shot clip. Both of the gunmen had fired until their weapons were empty. Turning his attention to the 2 empty 12-gauge shotgun shells found on the floor of the garage, Goddard was able to discern from the dark splotches on the inner walls that they had been loaded with buckshot and smokeless powder. At that point, he began considering the victims. Adam Heyer's body, he noted, had absorbed 14 bullets, or bullet fragments. James Clark's, 7. Alexander Weinshank's, 6. John May's, 3. Pete Gusenberg's, 1. Frank Gusenberg's, 7. And Reinhard Schwimmer's, 1 bullet and 7 pieces of buckshot. Convinced that he had a good sense, ballistically anyway, of how the men had died, he began the more difficult job of trying to determine who had fired the weapons. If the gunmen really had been police officers, he theorized, they still might have the weapons used in the attack. So he rounded up as many Tommy guns as he could, ultimately getting hold of 5 from the Chicago Police Department, 1 from the suburban Melrose Park Police Department, and 2 from the Cook County Highway Police Department. He loaded the guns with the same kind of bullets used in the massacre, fired them into trash cans filled with cotton, and removed the bullets so they could be compared to the ones recovered from the garage. He did the same with more than a dozen shotguns. None of the marks on the bullets or shells matched. Police boasted that Goddard's tests proved that cops hadn't perpetrated the massacre, even though Goddard had said no such thing. All Goddard had proved so far was that the guns used in the massacre had not been found. Next, he tested more than 24 weapons that police had confiscated from criminals. Again, no matches. By the cops' logic, this would have proved that hoodlums had not committed the crime either. But as Goddard knew all too well, this new science was much better at eliminating suspects than identifying them. He had half the evidence he needed to identify the killers, but the other half would be much more difficult to come by. And worst of all, it was completely out of his control. If Chicago police had done a better job of sweeping the streets and collecting weapons on February 14th, it might have been a different story. Frustrated, he returned to New York. From time to time, police in Chicago would send him another machine gun for testing, but none matched. "We seemed to have reached the end of a blind alley," Goddard wrote. The banner headline in the Chicago American trumpeted, "U.S. arrests Capone," on the afternoon of March 27, 1929. Never mind that America's most notorious villain was arrested for the trifling contempt of court charge stemming from his bogus doctor's note, punishable by no more than $1,000 and a year in jail. Never mind that he spent a mere 10 minutes as a prisoner before winning his release, and never mind that he needed only $500 to post bond. It was still a great headline. Capone ducked his head as he left the courthouse. The photographers trying to take his picture got nothing but hat. He snared a taxi, went back to his room at the Lexington, and packed for the trip to Miami. It must have galled Johnson to see Capone go free, to see him packing for another Florida vacation. It must have frightened him, too, that Capone might take off for Cuba or Mexico and never return. Had Johnson blown his chance? Had he been too conservative in charging Capone with nothing but contempt of court after all these years of cat-and-mouse pursuit? Why not go for conspiracy to commit murder? Why not force Capone to answer questions? Why not press him under oath to tell what he knew about the murder of his rivals? Even if it was a stretch, why not take a shot at connecting him to the St. Valentine's Day massacre? Maybe it was because Johnson and others in the federal government knew Capone had nothing to do with it. Chapter 29. Have you got Capone yet? Every morning but Sunday, in all kinds of weather except the nastiest of rains, President Hoover liked to go out on the White House lawn with members of his cabinet and toss around a medicine ball for exercise. Over time, the White House physician helped the president establish a set of rules to formalize a game they called Hoover Ball. The court was 66 feet long and 30 feet wide, divided by an 8-foot-tall volleyball net. The ball weighed 6 pounds. Teams consisted of 2 to 4 players, with 1 or 2 substitutes allowed on each team. Points were scored when a team failed to catch a ball, failed to get it over the net, or sent it thudding out of bounds. Running with the ball was not allowed. It had to be thrown from where it was caught. Good sportsmanship is required, the last of Hoover's rules stated. Points in dispute are played over. The president compared his game to tennis or volleyball, but said his invention made for more vigorous sport than those other better-known games. Stopping a 6-pound ball with steam back of it, returning it with similar steam, is not pink tea stuff, wrote the New York Times. At the start of his administration, Hoover was still refining his game and still teaching it to his cabinet members. But he also used the time on the grass court to shape his administration's agenda. At the start of each morning session, according to a 1931 Chicago Herald and Examiner account, Hoover would ask, "Have you got Capone yet?" And when each game was over, and the men, weary-armed and soaked in sweat, went back inside, the president would reiterate that he wanted Capone in jail. The Herald and Examiner's account of the dialogue was confirmed years later by Elmer Eig, head of the Internal Revenue Bureau's Investigations Unit. Eig claimed that he heard of Hoover's daily exhortations from Andrew Mellon, the silver-haired and much-esteemed Treasury Secretary, who was probably too old to catch a medicine ball, but may well have stood on the sidelines and jotted notes on the president's orders. Wrote Eig, "I couldn't help wondering why a Treasury Department unit charged with fighting tax, customs, and narcotics frauds should be assigned to nab a murderer, a gambler, a whoremonger, and a bootlegger." But Eig knew the answer. Hoover, a pragmatic man, understood that the federal government had limited jurisdiction and little experience when it came to busting murderers, gamblers, whoremongers, and bootleggers. Tax cheats were another story. Hoover wanted Capone imprisoned to reinforce 2 points central to his mission as president: that he was serious about reforming America's dilapidated justice system, and that prohibition would be enforced as long as it remained the law. Hoover, who enjoyed a cocktail before dinner, had declared that he would abstain from all alcohol in the White House and expected abstinence by his cabinet members at all government meetings and social functions. Under Coolidge, alcohol had been served at informal gatherings, although not at official White House events. Hoover also had announced that he would not bring his pre-prohibition wine and liquor collection with him to the White House. On April 22, 1929, speaking to a room full of Associated Press editors at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York, Hoover gave the first major policy speech of his presidency, calling for a nationwide campaign against crime. It was one of the most powerful speeches of his career, perhaps suggesting that the White House staff was no longer trusting him to write his own material. He called crime the dominant issue facing the nation, and said solving the problem is more vital to the preservation of our institutions than any other question before us. He was careful not to blame the gangsters and bootleggers. A surprising number of our people, otherwise of responsibility in the community, have drifted into the extraordinary notion that laws are made for those who choose to obey them, he said. To support his argument, he cited statistics. 9,000 murders a year resulted in only 5,000 arrests and a pathetic 300 convictions. The murder rate for the United States was 20 times greater than for Great Britain, he noted, and the nation's disregard for the rules of prohibition did not entirely explain the problem. What we are facing today, he said, is something far larger and more fundamental, the possibility that respect for law is fading from the sensibilities of our people. The president vowed to do his part. He would order his staff to weed out the corrupt, the negligent, and the incompetent from the federal law enforcement machinery. he would appoint a committee of the nation's brightest men to recommend fundamental changes to the nation's system of law. He asked the press to stop treating gangsters as glamorous heroes and concluded by quoting Abraham Lincoln, "Let every man remember that to violate the law is to trample on the blood of his father and to tear the character of his own and his children's liberty. Let reverence for the laws be breathed by every American mother to the lisping babe that prattles on her lap. Let it be taught in the schools, in seminaries, in colleges. Let it be preached from the pulpit, proclaimed in the legislative halls, and enforced in courts of justice. And, in short, let it become the political religion of the nation, and let the old and the young, the rich and the poor, the grave and the gay of all sexes and tongues and colors and conditions sacrifice unceasingly upon its altar." The speech was broadcast nationwide by radio and was reprinted in newspapers everywhere. Hoover had always believed in the power of public relations. If he could make enough symbolic gestures, he believed, such as appointing a committee, locking up Capone, or drying up Capitol Hill, the American people might start to follow his lead. They might treat the laws with more respect. Collective action, as Hoover's Quaker upbringing preached, was society's greatest tool for change. Government should provide the guidance and oversight, the president believed, but the people themselves should carry out most of the work. Hoover wanted to see more Americans voluntarily give up drinking. That was the surest and easiest way to put bootleggers out of business. And in the early days of his presidency, when his popularity soared and he could seemingly do no wrong, support for abstinence seemed to grow. In Chicago, for example, George Johnson met with the city's social club directors and encouraged them to put an end to drinking in their dining halls and lounges. Some clubs had assumed that they were immune from punishment because they weren't selling alcohol. They were merely permitting their members to bring in their own booze, store it in their lockers, and imbibe as they saw fit. But Johnson, himself a member of the Union League Club, one of the city's finest, told them it wasn't enough for the clubs to look the other way. Of course, everybody got a good laugh about it. Prohibition was 9 years old, and people had gotten used to it in the same way they might have gotten used to a persnickety mother-in-law or a finicky boss. They knew it wasn't going away any time soon, and they had found ways to deal with it. Still, many businesses in Chicago responded to the pressure applied by Hoover and Johnson. Managers at the Stevens Hotel announced that they would no longer be providing ginger ale, seltzer water, and cracked ice, commonly known as setups, routinely ordered by guests who wished to assemble their own cocktails. The Morrison said it would provide setups only after guests agreed to sign a pledge that they would not be used in conjunction with liquor. The booze wasn't going away, but for the moment people tried to show a little more respect for the law. They believed in the new president and wanted to get behind him. After his court date in Chicago, Capone disappeared. He was last seen at the Lexington, packing his bags for the return trip to Miami. But that was on March 27th. For the next month, he dropped completely from sight. Neither the newspapers nor the Bureau of Investigation marked his whereabouts. In mid-April, one Chicago paper quoted Jack Guzik as saying that the police crackdown had created a heavy drag on the bootleg business and the chief was looking for a way out. Chicago, his biggest outlet for alcohol, is practically a closed market, Guzik said, perhaps hoping to garner sympathy and in turn take the heat off his boss. Sales are off to almost nothing because the little fellows who made the direct contacts with the consumers and bought wholesale from us are getting out of the racket. Bootleggers still operate, of course, but not 1/3 as many small-time boys are going now as were 3 months ago. The cabarets and nightclubs, whether they admit it or not, are doing 1/10 the business, or consuming 1/10 the liquor of even 6 months ago. Capone has a tremendous daily payroll. Just how much would startle the country. He has to meet it whether the income is rolling in or not. Right now, he's in actual difficulty about raising $30,000 to meet notes due on his house in Miami. He doesn't own that, in spite of all the stories that come in about his tremendous wealth. He paid $5,000 down to a real estate dealer, and it's mortgaged to the hilt, with the $30,000 now due. He entertains a lot. He had to keep up appearances, and that costs plenty. He is always being asked for loans that are never paid back, and he invariably grants them. If he could, today, he'd turn it all over to anyone, let them assume the responsibility for the payroll, and get out. If Capone wasn't out, at least he was out of the spotlight for most of the spring, until another multiple murder put his name back in headlines. On the morning of May 8, 1929, a couple of cops were driving south on Sheffield Avenue in Hammond, Indiana, transporting prisoners to the Hammond jail. It was 1 in the morning when they spotted two fast-moving cars on a residential street that should have been quiet at that hour. They made a note to circle back that way after dropping off their prisoners. When they returned, their suspicions were rewarded. They found a Cadillac coupe with two dead bodies in it. The back seat of the car had been removed to make room for the corpses, which were covered with blankets and still warm, probably dead for no more than 3 hours. When police peeled back the blankets, it looked like the men had been beaten with bats or crowbars and then shot, or perhaps shot and then beaten. Either way, it looked at a glance as if twice as much effort as necessary had been exerted in making sure these men were dead. Skulls had been smashed to mush, noses reversed, ears beaten to bloody scraps. Nearby the car, they found a third body in much the same condition. After going through the victims' pockets and making a few calls, the police determined that the men were Albert Anselmi, John Scalise, and Joseph Hop-Toad Guinta. Anselmi and Scalise were well-known Capone bruisers, and among the many rumored to have been in on the St. Valentine's Day massacre. Guinta was said to have been in line to replace Tony Lombardo at the helm of Unione Siciliana, also known as the Italo-American Union, which meant he probably wasn't going to live long anyway. Immediately, cops and reporters speculated that the three men had been killed by the Moran gang in retaliation for the North Clark Street killings of February 14th. But over time, another story took hold. The scene was first described by Walter Noble Burns in his 1931 book, The One-Way Ride. Burns tried to understand how a pair of ruthless killers, such as Anselmi and Scalise, who should have been perpetually alert to attack, could have been killed like sheep in a slaughter pen. He speculated that the men must have been lured into a trap by friends, and then, with a flourish of literary license, he imagined the scene in which such a trap might have been sprung. Imagine a little diner in a private room in some cafe, he writes. Scalise, Anselmi, Guinta, the guests of honor. Perhaps the banquet is given to celebrate Scalise's recent release from jail, or his triumph of brilliant strategy on St. Valentine's Day. He goes on to imagine the men drinking and enjoying themselves. Perhaps their wine is drugged to cloud their minds and slow their hands. As they try to rise from the table, pistols flash from across the table, shots flare, and the three men fall backward. 4 decades later, in 1975, the journalist George Murray added another imaginative flourish in his book, The Legacy of Al Capone. In Murray's version, Capone himself stands over the chairs of Scalise and Guinta, smiling, thanking the men for their fine service, and holding in each hand a pair of long, narrow objects. The men at the table assume they are magnums of champagne, wrapped in tissue paper. But suddenly the smile vanishes from Capone's face. He raises his arms high, holding the gift-wrapped packages high above his head, and crashes them down atop the heads of Scalise and Guinta. Now the men at the table can see he's not holding bottles of bubbly, but a pair of wooden clubs. He swings again and again, both arms going at the same time, until the men lay motionless. When Anselmi gets up and points a pistol at Capone, McGurn disarms him. Capone, still clutching the bloody clubs, proceeds to lecture Anselmi on the importance of loyalty. The boss says he knows that Anselmi, Scalise, and Guinta were planning to kill him. Anselmi objects, "No, Al, please," as the first blow of the wooden club smashes his raised arm. The club snaps, but Capone keeps swinging until his victim stops moving. Then McGurn places his pistol in Capone's beefy paw, and Capone fires an exclamation point into each body. Murray's tale appears to have been the inspiration for a scene in the 1987 movie The Untouchables. Robert De Niro played the role of Capone. "A man becomes preeminent," says De Niro, fleshy face in a scowl as he stands over his men at an elegantly appointed dinner table. "He is expected to have enthusiasms." Enthusiasms. Enthusiasms. What are mine? What draws my admiration? What is that which gives me joy? Baseball. A man stands alone at a plate. This is the time for what? For individual achievement. There he stands alone. But in the field, what? Part of a team. His speech over, he raises a baseball bat in both hands, grimaces, and brings it down like a tomahawk, wood hitting bone with the thundering crack of a double off the left field wall. The victim's cigar is crushed into the plate first, followed by his face, sending silverware and glasses clattering. A spray of blood shoots across the table. The bat slams again and again. Blood pours across the white linen tablecloth in lurid red waves. The rest of the gangsters look on, horrified, but well-schooled on the importance of teamwork. How much of the scene is true? Did Capone kill the men himself? Would so famous a man, already under intense scrutiny, have taken so great a risk? Would he have acted in front of so many witnesses? Did he actually need, at that point in his career, to teach his men a lesson in teamwork? Then there are the more practical matters. Could Capone really have battered 3 men with baseball bats, as Murray suggests? Even if he was strong enough and coordinated enough to strike 2 blows at a time, would the third man have sat still and waited his turn? Finally, is there any evidence placing Capone at the scene, or even suggesting that he might have wanted the men dead? Newspaper reporters covering the triple murder searched for Capone after the discovery of the bodies and couldn't find him. They said it was not clear if he was in Chicago, Miami, or somewhere else entirely. 10 days later, though, everyone would know exactly where he was. Chapter 30. Locked Up. The first meeting of the nation's top crime lords, later known as the Commission, began on May 13, 1929, in Atlantic City. The roster of attendees read like an encyclopedia of crime. Albert Anastasia, Dutch Schultz, Frank Costello, Mo Dalitz, Louis Lepke, Lucky Luciano, Abner Longy Zwillman, Bugsy Siegel, Bugs Moran, Johnny Torrio, Frank Nitti, Jack Guzik, and, of course, Al Capone. The men, most of them only in their 20s, stayed at the city's finest hotels, the Ritz, the President, and the Breakers. Thanks to payoffs arranged by one of the local racket bosses, the cops in Atlantic City left them alone. Still, the mafia men seemed uncomfortable. They met on the boardwalk in small rotating groups. Dressed as usual, pinstriped suits, two-toned shoes, and cantered hats, they made no attempt to fit in among the hoi polloi. They took their meals at pushcarts and strolled along the beach, amid the crowds in their ballooning bathing costumes and swimming caps. At night, they drank and smoked and attended prize fights. Capone was not only the most important mafioso on the beach, he also was one of the most important topics of conversation. The big fellow was getting to be a big problem. Most of the other overlords managed to operate quietly, keeping the banner headlines to a minimum. Not Capone. And it wasn't just his chatty nature that kept him covered in ink. There was also the matter of all those corpses. 7 wiped out in the North Clark Street garage, 3 wiped out on the side of the road in Hammond. Tony Lombardo wiped out. Diamond Joe Esposito wiped out. Frankie Yale wiped out. Then there was the November 1928 slaying of Arnold Rothstein, one of New York's biggest gamblers and bootleggers. And while no evidence linked Capone to the murder, word on the beach had it that Rothstein had welched on a huge poker debt, that didn't stop the speculation. Whether Capone was directly responsible for the violence or not, it had happened on his watch. The gangsters who gathered in Atlantic City were not squeamish. What bothered them wasn't the spilled blood, but the fact that Capone and his gangland territory had become so infamous. These men knew how to control the local police in their respective cities, but now Capone had gotten the feds involved. He had poked a hornet's nest. They didn't know exactly what to do about it, but they knew, at the very least, that they needed to stop him before he poked it again. When the summit in Atlantic City ended, reports varied on what had been accomplished. Some newspaper reports said that Capone and the other gangsters had agreed on a power-sharing arrangement and that the commission, headed by Johnny Torrio, would serve as a governing body to settle the group's internal disputes. Other reports said that Bugs Moran had refused to go along with any deal involving Capone and had made it clear that he would not be satisfied until Capone was lying face down with a bullet in his head. But if that was the case, why hadn't Moran taken care of the job in Atlantic City, where Capone would have been an easy target? Early on the afternoon of May 16th, Capone, Frankie Rio, and 2 other bodyguards left Atlantic City by car, headed for New York City, where they intended to catch the Broadway Limited train back to Chicago. It was cold and gray, as if February had knocked off May and taken its place. Capone wore an overcoat. Into the right front pocket he slid a .38 snub-nosed revolver. 15 miles south of Camden, New Jersey, Capone's car conked out, forcing the gangsters to take a commuter train to Philadelphia, where they purchased tickets for another train to Chicago. Scheduled departure was 9:05 p.m. With time to kill, Capone and his men decided to take in a movie. A detective story, Voice of the City, starring Willard Mack, was playing at the Stanley Theater on 19th Street. Just as the men were about to enter the theater, 2 real detectives, James Shuey Malone and John Creedon of the Philadelphia Police Department, happened to drive by on their way to work in Creedon's car. It was Malone who spotted and recognized Capone. They circled back around, but by the time they could park their car and get out, Capone and his men were inside. The cops didn't want to make a scene in a crowded theater, so they called for backup and waited. When the picture was over, the movie house lights came on, and Capone and his men got up to leave. It was about 8:30, still plenty of time for them to make their train. But before they could get out of the lobby, Malone and Creedon approached. Malone flashed his badge. Creedon grabbed Rio, which was ordinarily no easy task because Rio was a bull of a man. But this time Rio didn't put up a fight. Malone noticed that Capone had his right hand in his overcoat pocket. The detective grabbed Capone by the hand, and together, slowly, the men pulled out the .38. Capone's other 2 bodyguards, seeing the cops, disappeared into the crowd. The men were booked on weapons possession charges. They were fingerprinted. They were photographed, Capone with his hat on. After the picture, Capone lit a cigarette. Then the men stood before a magistrate judge who ordered them held on $35,000 bail. All this before Capone could get an attorney. With less than $30 in his pockets and no quick way to come up with more, he would have to spend the night in jail. "Whew," he said, wiping his forehead with his hand. "This is some city. They work fast here." It was 11:35 p.m. by the time he managed to find a lawyer, but still, his mouthpiece wasn't able to get him sprung. At midnight, he received a visit from Lemuel B. Schofield, Philadelphia's Director of Public Safety, whose duties were much the same as a police commissioner's, except that he also supervised firefighters, building inspectors, and elevator repairmen. Now, presented with the chance to show the world that Philadelphia meant business when it came to fighting crime, Schofield brought a stenographer to his meeting with Capone. The purpose of the wide-ranging chat primarily seemed to be to get Schofield attention. Capone, for his part, made his usual plea for compassion and understanding. "I went into the racket 4.5 years ago," he told Schofield, referring probably to the point at which he became Notorious' top lieutenant. "During the last 2 years, I've been trying to get out. But once in the racket, you're always in it seems. The parasites trail you begging for favors and money, and you can never get away from them, no matter where you go. I have a wife and an 11-year-old boy I idolize, and a beautiful home at Palm Island, Florida. If I could go there and forget it all, I would be the happiest man in the world. I want peace, and I'm willing to live and let live. I'm tired of gang murders and gang shootings. 3 of my friends were killed in the last 2 weeks in Chicago. That certainly is not conducive to peace of mind. I haven't had peace of mind in years." "What are you doing now?" Schofield asked. "I'm retired and living on my money," Capone answered. "You should get out of the racket and forget it." "I can't," he complained, "because of the parasites." Capone and Rio spent the night on benches at the Detective Bureau, sleeping as best they could until about 8. Later that morning, while awaiting trial, Capone chatted with a bystander. "What's the weight of that ring?" the bystander asked, referring to the bauble on Capone's pinky. "It's exactly 11.5 carats, he answered politely. "Worth about 50,000, eh?" "Well, you made a good guess," Capone replied amiably. 10 big Philly cops guarded the courtroom, halting all who tried to enter. The trial started, and after a sidebar conference, Capone's lawyer, a Philadelphian who must have been recommended to Capone by one of his attorneys in Chicago, said his clients had decided to plead guilty. Capone's face reddened, but he said nothing. Almost anyone else would have received a light sentence, a month or 2 behind bars, or perhaps merely a fine of a few $100s, but the judge surprised Capone and everyone else in the room with his announcement. "All right," he said. "Each of the prisoners is sentenced to 1 year's imprisonment." For the first time in his life, Al Capone was a convicted criminal. He pulled the diamond ring from his finger and handed it to his lawyer, asking that it be sent to his brother in Chicago. A bailiff led him away. "It's the brakes, kid," Capone said in the general direction of Rio. "It's the brakes." The fantastic speed of Capone's conviction, 16 hours from arrest to sentencing, led many in the press to conclude that Chicago's crime boss must have wanted to go to jail, that the peace pact forged in Atlantic City hadn't lasted 5 minutes, and that Capone sought refuge in a prison cell. Pat Roche, chief investigator for the state's attorney's office in Chicago, called it a desperate measure to escape death. The newspapers decided that Capone would never have been so foolish as to carry a gun unless he had wanted to go to jail, overlooking the more likely possibility that he'd been carrying the gun because he thought he might have to use it. Capone's sister, Mafalda, in a rare interview, mocked the notion that her brother would want to be arrested. "He never gets in jail," she said. She showed the reporter around the family home in South Prairie, which was decorated luxuriously but in good taste. In Mafalda's bedroom, a golden crucifix hung on the wall between two tapestries, and the bed was draped in rose-colored satin. "If only people knew him as I know him," Mafalda said, "they would not say the things about him they do. I adore him, and he is his mother's life. He is so very good, so kind to us. You, who only know him from the newspaper stories, will never realize the real man he is." Capone's wife agreed that Al would never let himself be arrested intentionally. "What would he want to go to jail for?" May asked. "He liked to talk of Europe, of Palm Beach, of the famous racetracks, of the scenes at the big fights. But jail? Oh, no, not for Al," she went on. "I didn't even know he was in Atlantic City or Philadelphia. The last I saw of him was in Chicago after we returned from Miami. He said he was going away for a while, but he didn't say why or where." And, presumably, she didn't ask. If Capone did want to spend time behind bars, his colleagues told reporters, he probably would have chosen a federal prison in the Chicago area, so he could receive visits from his friends and family. Given that the feds were said to be close to filing contempt charges, he might have told his attorneys to negotiate a plea bargain. Capone, too, told a Philadelphia reporter that his arrest had not been arranged. "I'm here because I'm here," he said. Meanwhile, Philadelphia police officers fired Capone's gun into a barrel, retrieved the bullets, and sent them to Chicago so the ballistics expert Calvin Goddard could test to see if the same weapon had been used in the St. Valentine's Day massacre. Since Goddard had already